Hello, everyone. The Agency for Peace Building extends a warm welcome to all of you today. Before we begin, we kindly ask that you turn your phone ringers off and don't leave your belongings unattended. But we thank you all for being here today to discuss a topic as important as peace mediation is. So we have a busy day of exciting panels ahead of us, beginning at 10 with A Changing Landscape for Peacemakers, followed by Mediating with Who? Inclusiveness Beyond Rhetoric at 11:45, and at 2:30 we have The Future of Contested Peace Mediation, and final remarks at 4 p.m. I will now pass it off to AP Council President Selena for welcome remarks.
Thank you, Thea. Good morning, everyone. Thank you so much for being here. As Thea said, my name is Selena Del Felice. I'm the president of the Agency for Peace Building. It is, on behalf of the whole team, let me express how honored we are by your presence here today. So we warmly welcome you. This is a very, very special group gathered here today. And yesterday we started with two sessions on digital technologies and on the roles of Italy in mediation. And this international conference is the third event. We also had the theater piece in the evening. So this international conference is the fourth event of the sixth edition of the Bologna Peace Building Forum. For some of you might be, you have joined us in previous, some of you have joined us in previous years, and some of you join us for the first time. So we really, we really hope that you find this conference enriching and stimulating. For those of you who might not be very acquainted with the work of the Agency for Peace Building, let me briefly say that we define ourselves as a think and do organization, and we work very hard to bridge the gap between research and practice. And we know that that gap is there, and the only way we find to bridge it is to create spaces like this one for exchange as a first step. I think the meeting, getting together and exchange is the first step, and hopefully for dialogue and further cooperation. We are honored here by very special guests representing states. Like we have the honor of having Matari Machao, Minister Plenipotentiary of the Embassy of South Africa in Rome, representatives of civil society organizations, European institutions, think tanks specialized on this topic, students, members of parliament, not only many, of course, from Bologna, but from different parts of Italy, Europe, beyond. I see from Romania and from Kenya, Tanzania. So it is a very special group. I say it is special because we don't have so many opportunities of exchanging with colleagues struggling and facing the challenges of peace mediation, which is not easy. It seems always when you see it, yes, it seems grand, but we know the struggles of the everyday being stuck in the mud sometimes. And this conference has a very selected group of speakers with great experiences. They bring the knowledges and the wisdoms of the communities that they have worked with. So it's special in that sense, really specialized in peace mediation. And what I'm particularly thrilled about this program is that you will share not only your experiences and your lessons learned, which are treasures, really, really valuable treasures, because we hang on to those stories for hope. And that's the key issue we have. The key task of peace builders and mediators is to keep that hope alive when all the prospects are very dim. So I think that's what I'm personally, I'm very looking forward to hearing your experiences, how you address those challenges. And in the last panel, we have a special session on future pathways. And so I invite you all to participate actively. And because the success of the conference is basically all of us will make it a success if we all take something with us at the end of the day. So I wish you a very stimulating and enriching conference in the space for the Q&A and also in the informal spaces, and feel free to reach out to any of us at the Agency for Peace Building for further information about the work we do or about the conference. You have in the probably in this brochure, I have QR with the access on the website to all the information about the conference and the 2 policy papers that were presented yesterday. So we really invite you to check them out. Without further ado, thank you so much for all the guests. And yeah, we wish you a fruitful and enriching conference. Thank you so much.
Okay, so welcome to the first panel of today. And the general topic, as we just heard, of this conference is peace mediation at the crossroads. But what peace mediation are we talking about? What do we mean with peace mediation? And which crossroads is this? Is it the crossroads where we had a liberal world order and now it's going to pieces? Or is that a wrong portrayal of what we had and where we're going? Is it the crossroads where peace mediation is something of the past? Or is it exactly the future that we have to stick to in order to make our way through a more fragmented, polarized world? The current world situation can be somehow summed up in these words: a more polarized world with more fragmented conflicts. And what does that mean for the field of peacemaking? So in this session on a changing landscape for peacemakers, we will not really go to this question from a very theoretical perspective, but from the perspective of practice. And I think that's the right way to take everyone into this topic, also for reflecting on more theoretical questions in this regard. And in order to do so, we have a fantastic panel of experienced practitioners, also, of course, with very solid academic understandings of these issues. We have with us Matari Marshall, who's Minister Plenipotentiary of the South African Embassy in Rome. She's former Chief Director of the South African Department of International Relations and Cooperation, which speaks very much to the topic. And she has, with a legal background, a rich experience from public service beyond the field of peacemaking, but also including it, right? So you can see also this crossroads a bit from the landscape in which the crossroads is situated. You will speak to the South African approach to mediation in the current landscape, also a bit against the history, as far as I know. And that's, of course, a very important and relevant history, operating at multiple levels of mediation. Then we have Jana Greve, Policy Officer at the Peace Mediation and Dialogue Support Team of the European External Action Service, and a PhD researcher specializing in transitional justice in Leuven's Institute of Criminology. She has extensive experience with mediation and dialogue initiatives, as well as transitional justice and local peace-building efforts. And she will speak to this topic from the perspective of the European External Action Service, a kind of a EU perspective, but also focusing then more on partnerships and various actors involved and opportunities in the current and future landscape. Lukshi Vimalaraja is a senior peace mediation advisor at the Berghoff Foundation with more than 20 years of experience from around the world in this field. So you have followed this field from kind of the post-Cold War optimism and the peace-building era through kind of the turn towards stabilization after 9/11 and war on terror, how that affected this landscape. And now, where are we now? You've worked on this both conceptually and practically, so I think you're perfectly situated for helping us grapple a bit with this, but based on your experience on this. And you will, in particular, reflect on normative dilemmas guiding peace mediation efforts in this current landscape. My name is Christoph Lidén. I have a strong interest in ethics in peace mediation and negotiations with a background in philosophy. And in that connection, I recently had a look at the latest report called Peace Talks in Focus from the Escola de Cultura de Pau. And just to give some numbers as a background, this report identified 45 peace negotiation processes around the world in 2023. Of course, all of those processes involve multiple levels and initiatives, so this number 45 should be taken with a, sense of irony. In Africa, you had 40% of these processes, followed by Asia and the Pacific with 23%, so 10 of them. America and Europe both have 6, so 13%, and the Middle East had 11%. So I guess Middle East is probably something we can just disregard these days. You're supposed to laugh. And then at least one third party was involved in the majority of these cases. So in 40 out of 45 in this that were studied in this report, there were at least one third party, but in almost all of them there were multiple. The list is quite long for many of these processes. And 17 of the cases had international negotiation actors, so were international conflicts or at least very internationalized civil wars. Some of those international processes overlapped with domestic processes, so the same conflict would have both a domestic and an international track. The report only identified 36 active armed conflicts during the same period. So with 45 processes, does that mean that 100% of active armed conflicts have ongoing negotiation processes? No, it's in their numbers, it's 19 of the 36 active that have ongoing negotiation processes. So that accounts for 53% of the cases. It means that there are many negotiation processes ongoing where there were no active armed conflicts in 2023. This speaks to the fact that sometimes you will have a cessation of hostilities, but then you negotiate for a political solution. And negotiations and conflict, it's not a linear process, It's often circular and with many different types of negotiations. You return suddenly to pre-negotiations and then you're back to fuller negotiations. So it's a messy, fragmented landscape of negotiation as well. Okay, so with this, I hope we have just some general ideas about the landscape. And I would now like to give the word to Ms. Matari Mashao to take us into this from the perspective of South Africa. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Good morning. And I would like to start off by sharing greetings from my ambassador, who is unfortunately not able to be with us, and also to express words of gratitude from my country for the invitation and participating in this conference. I'm going to start off by giving a little bit of history about our country and the reason why we get involved in peacemaking processes And I am sure that some of you would know about most of the activities that South Africa has been involved in. We come from a very painful history. We had apartheid legislated, where majority of the people were obviously dispossessed. They were driven off the places that they regarded as homes for decades. And because of that, there was resistance. And this resistance continued for decades. In a country like Italy, especially Bologna and places like Emilia-Romagna, hosted some of the people that had to leave the country because of the brutal treatment in our country. And although some of the people went out to talk to other communities, to other governments, some of the people that were resisting were in jail, others were inside the country, and we know that some even lost their lives. But despite all of that history, in the end, as a country, leaders felt that we have to talk. And that's what started the whole process that ended in 1994 when we had elections. So between the time that the laws were passed until 1982, there were more than 4 million people that were moved off their land. So the problem is still there, that people are not where they were supposed to be staying. And despite all those, negotiations were the solution to our problems. And because of the negotiations, we had elections in 94, and today we are 30 years old. I'm giving this long history to indicate that the Peace Building Forum is on the right track, because that's what is supposed to be happening in the world. When there are differences between people, the only way to be able to resolve the problem is to talk. Because we know that armed conflict harms people, displaces people, destroys infrastructure. Actually, it makes people to go backwards in what they have built. And as a country, we have leaders that have been able to help in getting peace to be a solution to our problems. And I listened attentively when you made the introductory remark that 40% of the peace processes are in Africa. So obviously we have a lot in our hands. And also because most of the conflicts on our continent are also involving war. People end up getting displaced. As I have said, in our country, we have that. And also in these countries that are experiencing conflict at the moment, we also know that women and children end up fleeing from their villages. What I would like to share about what we are doing at the moment without taking a lot of time is that our department, the Department of Foreign Affairs, has a program that trains women to be mediators, to be able to lead in negotiations and so on. This has been running for quite a while, and we are working in relationship with institutions like Accord, and some of the people may know about that institution is based in South Africa. It's not the only one, there are quite a number of them, but for us as a Department of Foreign Affairs, we are working with Accord closely. As I said, we have this program that is training women. We also have another program that is training South African youth. We call it South African Youth Capacity Building Training. We have another program called Advanced Training that is for people that have already undergone the elementary stage of training and they go to the next level. And as a result of this training that has been going on for quite a while, our minister felt that there has to be a way of making sure that the people that have been trained, they give feedback to each other. And what we have discovered is that training does not necessarily have to be at the high level, it has to be at the grassroots as well. Because when there are problems, you can't address them on top and expect that the grassroots will will follow you as a leader. you have to get people at grassroots empowered as well. There is a lot that I could share, but I just felt that I just have to give the snippet of what we are doing as a country. We are involved at the UN Peacebuilding Office, which 3 weeks ago, the head visited South Africa and spoke to our president about operations that South Africa is involved in DRC and also in other communities in our region. They are working together with the SADC in respect of the conflicts in our region, in southern part. But our president is also involved in peace mediation in southern Sudan and quite a number of other countries. What is of importance, which I want to share, is that the training is very, very important. Training of people is very important. And training should not only be for people that are in conflict, because conflict are happening all the time. You have to make sure that people are able to deal with the conflict, are able to deal with the post-conflict situation, and also are able to guard against conflicts arising. As I said, I have prepared quite a long speech. It was 8 pages long, but I'm trying to leave time for us to be able to engage. Let me conclude by citing what Martin Luther King has said. He says, the ultimate measure of a man is not where he stands in moments of comfort and convenience, but where he stands at times of challenges and controversy. I thank you.
Thanks a lot. Very much to the point, and also within the limit of the opening introduction. We want to keep a lot of time also for having a conversation with you all and amongst us, which is why they have been constrained with a maximum of between 7 and 10 minutes. So please, Jana.
Thank you very much. Thank you again also, Christopher, for the insightful introductory remarks, very useful. And thank you also again to the Alliance for Peace Building for the excellent organization of this pertinent event, and for allowing the space for discussions, and certainly thanks also to Johns Hopkins University for hosting us, and to Italy, because yesterday, as we heard, as an EU member state, it's also discussed its active and envisaged future role in peace mediation. And certainly it's a pleasure to be here on this panel with Lakshmi, a seasoned mediator, and actually I had the privilege of having her as a trainer in Track 1 peace mediation 10 years ago. So it's wonderful to be today together on a panel, and certainly Matari, as we heard, being herself a diplomat and from a country that has gone through a remarkable peace process and is nowadays engaged in inclusive peace mediation efforts on the African continent. So this panel is about the changing landscape for peacemakers. So first of all, I think it's also important to look at where we are coming from. And as the European Union, we were created as a peace project between nations that had previously opposed each other in 2 bitter world wars. And from these painful experiences rose one of the world's most successful political entities, which brought unprecedented stability and prosperity to its members and the populations. So the vocation to foster peace in Europe, its neighborhood, and the world is also laid out in the EU's founding treaties, as you know, and one can thus say it's part of the EU's DNA. Just as the respect for human rights, democracy, and the rule of law. And engaging for peace is certainly also in our own interest, because after all, we can thrive positively only when we live in a peaceful and stable neighborhood, and also in a peaceful world in which conflicts are solved ideally at the negotiation table and not only addressed by arms. So preventing violent conflict and building peace, including via peace mediation, remain core objectives of the EU's foreign and security policy. However, as Christopher also mentioned, in past years, the peace and security landscape underwent seismographic changes, one can say, and also drastic shifts in the geopolitical context. And what is really concerning about that is that we see a growing tendency of weaponization. Christopher mentioned the polarization and a weakening of cooperation and multilateralism. And at the same time, we face a dangerous mix of protected conflicts, new conflicts, a resurgence of interstate conflicts, as well as multidimensional drivers of conflict and violence and threats that are increasingly of transporter nature. And this growing complexity of the conflict environment is also reflected by an interrelation of civil wars with global and regional dynamics, the proliferation of non-state armed groups, including extremist groups and organized crime, and proxy wars. We heard yesterday about them, and there are a multitude of external actors that weigh in on national and local conflicts, often due to self-interest and by supporting one of the conflict parties for economic or geostrategic reasons. And Yemen, Syria, Libya, Sudan, and countries in the Sahel are all stark reminders of the wider regional and international proxy dynamics at play. So against this backdrop, what does it mean for adaptation in a changing landscape? Well, against the backdrop of daily news and debates on warfare, new defense schemes, and conflict atrocities, the ongoing or new engagements for peace and attempts to prevent and resolve conflict by the means of dialogue and mediation are often overshadowed. However, speaking here also as the EU, the foreign policy and security policy of us needs to remain balanced. And that means we have to continuously make an effort to strengthen peace mediation and dialogue engagements. And we have to keep adapting and maintain our role as a peace project, and also strengthen our role as a partner in a multilateral system with a shared objective of sustainable peace, or to speak with Galtung, positive peace, which also entails human security and fundamental freedoms. And as most of you may know, the EU has a solid policy framework, and we have also revamped our mediation tools. So we have the 2020 concept on EU peace mediation that was endorsed by all 27 member states. And we also have, just as another example, updated External Action Service peace mediation guidelines. And in addition, we also work permanently on conflict analysis to become less reactive and more preventive. And these analytical tools have also been improved to be more gender responsive, given that given the importance of gender relations when it comes to conflict drivers, the gendered impact of conflict, but also gender roles in the aftermath of conflict. However, and to use a quote by Ivan Krastev, which actually our HRVP Borrell used recently in a speech in Oxford, one thing is to be awake, the other thing is to get out of bed. I very much like this quote. And it's not mine. And so what does it mean for us? How do we operationalize the peace mediation tools, the capacities and the resources that we have at hand? Basically, as I mentioned, we have tools and financial instruments that allow us to engage on various levels. And we provide discrete mediation and mediation support in close to 30 conflicts worldwide, predominantly in Africa and in the Middle East and North African region. And beyond acting as a traditional mediator and high-level mediation, there is also the role of bringing conflict parties together, and also in facilitation and providing support to mediation processes led by other actors through capacity building, financial and logistical support, and also provision of expertise. And another role is also to build synergies or bridging different levels of mediation. So from the grassroots level to the political level, to contributing to more inclusive processes. And certainly, which was mentioned, we also need internal capacity building. So there is also training regularly and also on demand for example, the EU special representatives. And crucial in all this are certainly partnerships. And here we have the member states that with we certainly cooperate. We also cooperate with the United Nations. We have a recent and are developing our mediation partnership with the African Union. And certainly the cooperation with mediation organizations and civil society organizations are indispensable. So once a year also there is a flagship event called EU Community of Practice on Peace Mediation, and the next edition will take place in October in Brussels. And this indeed is the opportunity also to give, for these organizations to give feedback to each other, but also for us to receive feedback, to improve our approaches, to receive constructive criticism. And we also try to make this event more inclusive, bringing in actors from different regions of the world with different backgrounds, and also to be to make it more gender balanced. Having panels, I think today is an extraordinary example also of the panel composition. Well, now we are a majority of women, but to find a balance throughout, but not only the gender balance in panels, it's also to bring in the experience of women, also women from regional women mediators networks. We have some of them here present today, and also engage them and seize their expertise on thematic issues. I'll close with concrete examples on EU peace mediation efforts, and I refer to two examples that I also work on. One is Sudan. Here, as you may know, the EU Special Representative for the Horn of Africa is certainly engaged, and when it comes to diplomatic dialogue, to support to the high-level mediation efforts. However, this is not the only support that the EU provides, bearing in mind the need for regional ownership for this conflict. So the EU has also supported the engagement of and bringing together civilian stakeholders from different backgrounds, women, men, youth, more experienced people from indeed different background, journalists, people who are engaged regarding the political process, to discuss together a pathway towards a political transition, a political inclusive process at one day, and also to find a common ground, all with the aim to end the violence in the country. And another example, which I think also reflects well the comprehensive support that the EU can give in countries, is Colombia. For example, here the EU is a long-standing partner for the Colombian peace process. Certainly a lot of focus is at the implementation of the 2016 Comprehensive Peace Agreement of the country, which is very important. However, there are also already ongoing processes, the dialogues with other actors of the conflict that are where the EU is, for example, guarantor, or accompanying in different ways these processes, and which is a bit less in the focus, but equally important, support to urban peace. So For example, in the Pacific region of Colombia, it is a region that has been structurally neglected. The cities are also impacted by organized crime. However, they have achieved urban peace process, including urban peace agreements, but these certainly require accompanying and implementation support. So here also the EU supported via sending an expert, but then also with a longer term project building on that, and certainly all together and in close cooperation with local and national actors. So it's again a partnership effort that hopefully will contribute to consolidate also this aspect of a wider peace process in Colombia. I just close with one remark that I wish to reiterate that there are no military long-term solution to conflicts, and nor can solutions be sustainable if they are based on exclusion. And in the words, or also to provide the words of the UN's new agenda for peace, it is political decisions and actions of human beings that can either sustain or crush hopes for peace. If war is a choice, peace can be too. Thank you.
Thank you. Lukshi, let's go directly to you, please.
Yeah, thank you very much. And let me also join my co-panelists in thanking the Agency for Peace Building for putting this together. We are at a critical juncture in world's history, so spaces like this for exchange and reflection are very much needed. So thank you so much for this. And also it's a real pleasure to share this panel with very distinguished speakers. Good thing about coming as the last speaker is that I don't have to really say much because everything has already been said. So I'll try to keep it as brief as possible. I would like to zoom into one aspect of this changing landscape, and Christopher has alluded to that, and also yesterday Bernardo spoke about this when he spoke about the trends. That's the emergence of new or non-traditional actors in peacemaking, and what does it mean really in terms of implications for the normative international mediation framework we have been using so far. But before doing that, I would like to also say a couple of words in terms of caveat. So we're talking about actors and we're titling them as new, but these actors are actually not new. They have been in this field for a long time. They were perhaps not really visible because they were operating in their regions, but now they are actually also going more into the global space. And perhaps that's the reason why we're calling them new actors. Like Qatar, for instance, Qatar has a peace mediation mandate enshrined in the constitution. I mean, it's quite a novelty, I would say. It's, as far as I know, the only country which has a very solid mandate, a mediation mandate, already in the constitution. The second caveat is so the so-called new actors are sometimes accused of being involved in norms erosion or norms contestation, and that's perhaps true for some actors, but that's also true for the so-called traditional peace mediation actors. So I'm not going to paint a picture of the good mediators, the traditional mediators, versus the bad non-traditional mediators. And the third caveat is the prevailing liberal peacemaking paradigm, which has been used by the UN and the others, is not working. It has also failed in many contexts. And some even say that's one of the reasons why we have Now, not only more conflicts, but that these conflicts are not really resolved in the sense of the positive peace Jana was talking about. So this linear model of transition, starting from a mediated agreement backed by peace operations, then supporting elections towards a liberal democratic order, and then integration into the global markets. So this standard treatment applied by the UN has been highly criticized and has not really also worked. So with these caveats, I would like to touch on three normative, let's say, dilemmas we are facing as practitioners these days. The first one is the short-term negative peace versus the long-term positive peace, and Jana has already explained that. So the short-term management of conflicts, where you kind of contribute towards ending violence, and the long-term positive peace, where you really contribute towards transformation of the conflict, addressing the root causes also of these conflicts. Traditional peacemakers have historically positioned themselves as champions of norms, so seeking to promote both human rights and liberal democracy in response to conflict. So the normative framework of international peace mediation was guided by the premise that gender equality, transitional justice, human rights are indispensable for positive peace. Now, the non-traditional powers don't necessarily follow this liberal peacemaking script, right? They place more importance in a narrow focus of conflict management, so containing violence, de-escalation, and economic development. So case in point is Russia in Syria, in the Astana process. It contrasts with the UN's liberal approach, as it didn't really aim at democratic transition, but containing violence and regime stability. The second normative dilemma is impartiality and neutrality. Traditional mediators are seen as nowadays as partial, pushing for liberal democratic outcomes or processes. And this obviously contrasts with mediators who prioritize stability and negative peace. So the question more and more asked in our field is, should mediators be really advocates of norms and or norm entrepreneurs? I will leave this for the discussion later on, because it's an interesting discourse we are having these days. Often states involved in conflicts also offer to mediate to enhance their geopolitical standing, advance economic interest, or other national interests. And this often obviously undermines the impartiality and also lead to competing interest within political peace processes. The involvement again of Russia and Turkey in the Astana process is an example to be mentioned. China, on the other hand, benefits actually from the perception of neutrality in regions skeptical of Western intervention. So they say that there are no strings attached to their approach. They frame their approach as one of partnership and cooperation, and even emphasize that it's a win-win cooperation. And they also emphasize, like we heard yesterday, that they don't have actually a colonial past, so there is an absence of colonial link. And so this is really favored by many states that are, let's say, resentful of Western-led financial architecture or political architecture. Then we have states like Qatar, who portray or characterize their approach as tactical and strategic neutrality, meaning keeping contacts and connections to all parties. The third dilemma, and this is a perennial challenge in our field, is the inclusion versus elite deals. We heard about this yesterday as well. And as mediators, we always have to balance the trade-offs between effectiveness and inclusion, right? So this tension between inclusive processes and reaching elite pacts to end the war at the possible, obviously, costs of entrenching authoritarian actors and perpetuating injustices is something I think we have difficulties to get around this. So as a field, we have obviously argued for decades for inclusion, not only of gender, but marginalized sections. But now what we hear with the rising wars around the world is that mediation idealism is failing to deliver. It's placing impossible demands on difficult processes. And so even colleagues of mine talk about we need pragmatic compromising, and perhaps this is not the time for upholding normative ambitions. Also something we'll discuss perhaps later on. As Jana was saying, exclusion has led to many conflicts in the world. And so this approach is obviously very questionable. And then you have, on the one hand, the Chinese approach of engaging with states in the first instance, with governments, whether they should actually also engage in a peace process or not. So they seek for state consultation, and their commitment to the principle of non-interference is something which is useful for them in this regard. But then we also have a contradictory trend, perhaps people's revolutions, as we see in Myanmar, for instance. They emphasize that the military junta has to be excluded in the engagement. So they actually also want to have an exclusive process, excluding the non-like-minded. We heard yesterday why it is so important really to engage with non-like-minded actors. But what do you do in a situation when people say they actually don't want to negotiate with the junta, right? So yes, you do negotiate with your enemies, but what do we as mediators do when people actually reject that? So that's also a new situation. I think we'll have to deal with this. So, I mean, in general, I think in a nutshell, what we see is a general push towards a pragmatic approach as opposed to a right-based approach. But for me, pragmatism does not really mean, a value kind of neutral approach. So I think it's a bit of a false dichotomy between pragmatism and saying, you don't have to actually follow a principled approach. So what's the way out here? I think it's important, first of all, to understand this so-called new actors. Because I think they are not all the same. And there are differences and nuances, and they do bring a lot of weight to mediation processes. They have leverage, they have access to parties we don't have. They also benefit from this perception of neutrality. And what we should not actually forget is they also have the financial means to engage in long-term processes. So excluding them or disengaging them is actually not an option. I think we'll have to look for hybrid formats. I think we heard that also yesterday. And these hybrid formats are not really new. They have been in the field for a long time, not really discussed that much. So the negotiations between the government of Philippines and the Moro Islamic Liberation Front in 2009, they formed an international contact group, which consisted of 4 states and 4 international organizations, 4 states being Japan, UK, Turkey, and Saudi Arabia. So the so-called new actors. And then we had on the NGO side, local NGO, the Muhammadiyah, the Asia Foundation, HD Center, and Conciliation Resources. So that was, for the first time, this kind of engagement where NGOs and diplomats really worked together in a permanent setting. And I think there are a number of lessons that can be learned from this engagement. And I think we should really look for this type of hybrid formats also in the future. And my last point, there was once Robert Rigliano's concept of network of effective action. I don't know whether anybody of you remember that. It's quite an old concept. It was developed in 2003. The basic idea of that concept was that we need to have a holistic approach to peace building. That's something we obviously all agree to. There need to be creative ways to develop a common theory of action. So not the TOCs, but a common theory of action. And he highlighted the collaboration should be developed actually in a kind of a self-organizing, decentralized and flexible manner. So not the traditional kind of networks where we have some sort of a division of labor and try to somehow complement each other, and it never really works. But the model he was presenting is this self-organizing bodies which kind of operate independently, but under the framework of an effective action framework.
Thank you. What a tour de force. And as we discussed between us yesterday, this is also an example of the art of talking about things that we cannot talk about, you know, because there are all the concrete examples that are veiled in more or less forms of secrecy, as I know also Simone Tollens here is working on. So let's get into your thoughts or comments, questions to this, and then I want to give in particular sufficient time also for Matare to expand on your thoughts, as you were so succinct in your introduction. So, but let's open up for a first round. We might take a few questions or comments. Okay, over here, please. Please introduce yourself.
Hi, my name is Tara Balche. Thank you so much for having me here. It was a pleasure to hear. Perfect. It was a pleasure to hear all your insight. My question is on the basis of inclusion. We talked about how being included within peace process leads to a greater conversation. And we also talked about exclusion. And yes, exclusion leads to silencing, in particular, indigenous voices within throughout the world. Therefore, my question is, how can we incorporate indigenous voices within the peace process and negotiation process, as myself being from the Navajo Nation? Thank you.
Thanks. Good starting point, please.
Thank you very much, Agnieszka Jarzewicz from Poland, Europe for Peace Foundation. Thank you, first of all, for your great insights. And my question is for all of you. So if you wish to focus on that question from your different perspective, I would very much appreciate that. And the question is, would you agree with me about a couple of observations? First of all, peacemaking capacities include capacity for self-reflection as a very minimum, let's say, at the very least, the capacity for establishing accurate diagnosis of a war's origins. Second, it's very difficult to see nowadays the willingness for exercising self-reflection in the Western world, understood as that part of the world which is inhabited by the countries of NATO and the EU. And if you agree that it is difficult to see a self-reflection, which is a source of double standards of those Western countries towards human rights standards, how can we overcome that trend? Thank you.
Thank you very much. Okay, those are two excellent questions. I will take two more, please.
Thank you. Hi,
Please do
my
so.
name is Marco Menzer. I was formerly with NOREF, Norwegian Center for Conflict Resolution. Thank you very much for your presentations. I was tempted to try to engage with Lakshmi deep philosophical questions, but I think I'll probably leave it for a quieter place or something because it's so, sort of challenging now. Let me, no, I had a practical question for Jana Greve, and it's about the changing landscape, and I think it could also be interesting for a reflection from the Italian side. I was wondering whether you could elaborate a bit more about the kind of interaction and also the sort of fundamental thinking that went into the creation of the European Peace Institute, the Institute for Peace, and what kind of working relation it has with the EAS from a practical perspective again, because sometimes this is, you know, I know there are quite close interactions, but I'm asking this because in this, again, changing landscape, I think many countries, and Italy is also reflecting about that, are trying to figure out a way to engage in the field of mediation, maybe not directly, maybe in collaboration with other units. There has been a proliferation of different acts. So I was wondering whether you could be specific about this sort of collaboration. And actually, I sincerely hope that then we can go back to some of your questions as well, but we'll need some time to think about it. Thank you.
Perfect, thank you. And the last question.
Okay. Hi, my name is Mahbouba, and I have a question about the neutrality and also short-term negative peace and long-term effective peace, because what Qatar, you mentioned Qatar as a strategic tactics for neutrality, but what we saw in Afghanistan, they did it wasn't, I think it was like a very negative short-term peace, and I'm sure we will have a lot of more conflict in Afghanistan. So it's some countries, they just want to do something specific. I did my paper on Qatar mediation, and they just want to show that they are the best and the good one and never care about the civilians. That's a very important part. And also personal perspective and aspect that Khalilzad from the United States, he mentioned everywhere in academic situation that if there is a solution, it's me. And we saw the solution. I think we shouldn't only think about like personal confidence, and also, yeah, we are a country, we have a lot of strategic neutrality or whatever, but it's a very bad negative peace process that happened for us. And as a person from Afghanistan, I'm talking about a nation that was destroyed by a peace negotiation. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, a wonderful set of questions. Pick which you like. Maybe I'll try to sum them up as firstly a question of inclusion, including in particular indigenous voices in peace processes. Second, a sort of a trick question, which was whether self-reflection is needed in peacemaking, and provided that the answer is probably yes, whether the EU and NATO countries, the West, is currently showing that type of self-reflection, a challenge. And a practical question of the European Institute for Peace connection to EAS. And lastly, what went wrong in the Afghan peace process? Okay, so just a small challenge for you. Matari, would you like to start?
Okay. Thank you very much for the questions. I think I'll address the one about inclusion. And I'll talk about the experience that we have in South Africa. I was very brief when I was talking earlier because I thought we'll have enough time for question and answer. And at this stage, I would like to mention that in respect of training, we have focused on women. And also just to address something that I forgot to mention, when there is armed conflict, most of the time, the people that are most affected are women and children. But when it comes to negotiations or mediation, women are often excluded. So in South Africa, we decided deliberately to make sure that women get trained. And as I've mentioned, training is not only on top level, it's also across the board. Grassroots, people who are in communities and so forth. And one of the things that we have done over and above training, our minister launched a network of women mediators 2 months ago. Now, women mediators will be meeting on annual basis to reflect on what effect they've had in their various activities. And in that way, they'll be helping each other in making sure that they grow and they develop in the areas that they're operating in. I think I will stop here and leave the rest of the questions to our colleagues. Thanks.
Please. Wants to go next?
Yeah, I think your question about including indigenous voices is a very good one, because obviously when we talk about inclusion, usually that's meant, including women in the process, including their voices in the process, but not really the indigenous marginalized communities. And one way of doing that is really to strengthen insider mediators in processes, because they bring in actually these, also indigenous experiences into the process. So I think also because international mediation is increasingly, unfortunately, failing, I think we'll have to look more into resources within countries, and it's high time anyway. I mean, we talked about localizing peace, and so for me, that's the way how we can really ensure that the indigenous voices are heard and taken into consideration. The second question about self-reflection, yeah, it is indeed a tricky question. I think what you were trying to say is the inconsistency in policies, European countries, but also other countries, I would say, follow. And that is making also the work of, NGOs like us, who are perceived to be actually also actors from the global north, increasingly difficult, because obviously they associate us also with the countries, the Western countries. So I think, in the future, it's important to be consistent in the policies, because at the end of the day, mediation is about trust, right? Trust in the mediators, trust in the mediation process, and trust cannot be built if you are inconsistent in your practice, even though the rhetoric might be a bit different. The third one about about Qatar, what went wrong in the Afghan process? Yes, I think there were many things I think went wrong, and Qatar was not the only country. There were many countries, as you know. It was really a very crowded space in terms of mediators. And so I think we are all to be blamed for how the Afghan process ended in a disastrous manner. What I wanted to mention is the way Qatar sees its approach. So they call it tactical neutrality, and that is by maintaining relationships to others. We would call it perhaps, what is important is to have an equidistant, relationship to conflict actors, but they emphasize more the connections to the conflict actors. And I thought it's an interesting way of putting it. That's why I mentioned it.
Thank you. Yes, very intriguing, very important questions by all of you. Actually, I will build on what Lakshmi just said regarding the question of perception and the question of being accused of double standards. I think the question of perception is certainly extremely important when it comes also to a role of being a mediator, because it also links to credibility and trust. If we are not trusted, if we have lost credibility or are accused of double standards, then we have to do something about it. We have to rebuild trust. We have to face also the criticism that comes to us, and position ourselves accordingly. And I think overall, perception play a crucial role, and that whichever actor it is, if there are hidden agendas that merely serve self-interests of mediators, they can hamper the processes. But also, if there are perceptions that linger in the background that are negative, they can also hamper a process. And I think especially given the current state of the world, we need to reflect this. And also, as a EU, for example, we are increasingly challenged. Member states are challenged because, and rightfully, because of colonial past, because of positioning vis-a-vis current crisis. So there needs to be a constructive debate, especially also with civil society organization about this. And I think our HRVP recently also mentioned this, that being accused of double standards also when it comes to calling something a war crime in one place, we need to call it the same when it happens somewhere else. So this, I'm quoting HRVP here. And then certainly when it comes to regarding your question of indigenous communities, it's I think a very important question, because it also links to the who do we allow to participate in processes. If we support or give financial means also to the realization of dialogue spaces, it is also important that the selection is not only gender balanced, but also incorporates participants from different backgrounds, from different ethnicities. And I think Colombia, again, is a good example where this was also a learning process, where gradually in the peace process, the indigenous also gained more voice. And it was then also reflected in the peace agreement, and is also nowadays reflected in a transitional justice process, for example, that also incorporates the special jurisdiction, indigenous jurisdiction. So I think different elements need to be considered for then also in the aftermath of a peace agreement to still guarantee that indigenous minorities have the possibility for their rights and voices to be incorporated also in policy making. Then regarding your question on the EIP, I have to be humble and say that I joined the External Action Service 1.5 years ago. I was not part of the creation process of EIP. Certainly, it's nowadays a important interaction actor for us. They provide analysis. They also, in several contexts, are engaged in a very important manner, and also certainly in a way that helps us to implement policies to carry forward priority setting when it comes to an approach to a conflict, in conversation also with our delegations on the ground, etc. However, it's not the only partner that the EU has. We have a strong engagement with mediation practitioners. So I would say it's an important partner, but there are also others, including also local partners, and that again also reflects to the question of inclusion. So we need to make sure also that we do not overprivilege actors at the expense of others. I think in general, certainly having different countries have their strong mediation actors, with the CMI based in Finland, Berkhof in Germany. So there are certainly based in member states, but they are acting as international actors on a global level, and we need to work with them. And certainly the question of short-term versus long-term solution, I think this is a continuous learning process. It definitely, there are so many lessons that we should learn from Afghanistan, and nowadays also to support, amongst others, the female voices in looking into ways on how to address the situation and make sure that this is not out of the visibility of the international community because there were failures. We have to address them and continue. Also, I think for the benefit of processes in other contexts. So I think, again, it comes to the question of also talking with which actors. I think here mediators are much better placed than, or active mediators much better placed than I am, but it comes down to this question on who do we engage with, who do we support to engage with different actors, and also which voices have not been sufficiently considered when it comes to processes that went on before, but which need to be considered on the way forward. Thank you.
Wonderful, thank you. So we have the luxury of 10 more minutes and maybe 2 questions. Okay, I have 2 hands here, so please.
Thank you and good morning. My name is Antonio Marchesi and I'm the director of the Peace Studies program in the American University of Rome. I wonder if Matari is willing to elaborate on South Africa's role in bringing the genocide case against Israel before the International Court of Justice, if that is not out of order, especially sort of as part of the eternal question of pursuing peace and justice at the same time. My personal concern is that the case might backlash to the extent that if the ICJ, which is a court of law and has adopted a rather cautious approach on several occasions, should not find all the strict legal requirements for genocide to be present, and considering that it has no jurisdiction on other international crimes. And more in general, I mean, would you be willing to sort of comment on the case?
Okay, so second question, please.
Hi everyone, and thank you for your presentation. I'm Giulio Lavorato from University of Naples, L'Orientale. My question is for Gianna, if I may, and is about Colombia, since you mentioned the case. And as you know, President Petro recently changed his approach toward mediation, as some of these rebel groups, for example, the ELN or Estado Mayor Central, they don't have full control of all their blocks or units. So there are some of them that they are eager to dialogue, and some of them which are not. So what Petro recently decided is to go along with the blocks which are willing to talk. So like changing the mediation strategy, he's no longer talking with the ELN as a whole, but with the different blocks. So it's, in my opinion, a great example of adaptation, also improvisation, but it's also a risky one because it's fragmenting the efforts and it's also time and resource consuming. So I would like to know what is the EU stance on this, since you mentioned that the EU is still engaged with the process. And if, I don't know, this can tell us something that we can eventually export to other scenarios. Thank you.
Okay, Matari, do you take the challenge?
Okay. Thank you very much. I am going to try, but obviously because the case is still ongoing, I would not be able to go too far. South Africa has been very consistent in saying all human beings should be treated fairly. All of us have human rights. And also South Africa condemned the killing of the Israeli on the 7th of October. But then the reaction of Israeli, as a country, we felt that it was too much because it's still ongoing. People have been displaced, infrastructure has been destroyed, and this is not something that started now. It's been ongoing before, but now it has become worse. And that's why South Africa decided that this has to be taken to court. The arguments that have been presented is public knowledge. We don't know how it's going to end, but we have observed that there are quite a number of countries that are supportive of the action that has been taken by South Africa. And even civil societies in countries that have been condemning South Africa's action, we know that civil societies support what we have done as a country. So the short of it is that we are determined to go ahead. What the outcome is going to be, we don't know. But at least we have set an example that the experience of South Africans being killed, that's what I've said at the beginning, that we were killed. There was a law against us as the majority. That's more or less the same thing as what's happening in Palestine, although it's at a very, very massive scale. So we don't know what's going to be the answer, but whatever outcome is going to be, we are happy that we have taken that step to say we cannot watch a nation being wiped off. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for the challenging question regarding Colombia, but very important one. I think Colombia is a very good example for the need for long-term commitment. And certainly the EU is not the only support partner to the country. There are also like several EU member states, Norway, the UN, the OAS engaged since many years in the country. And that also shows that these concerted efforts and resources are important to accompany a highly complex peace process that addresses a conflict in its various dimensions that has been going on since decades in the country. So I think this, just as a baseline, indeed it's about adaptation. So the EU also stays committed to supporting efforts for peace on various levels. And also the new approaches to talk to those who are willing to talk. I think this is extremely important. This does not exclude that the challenges that persist can be, these challenges cannot be ignored. Also, there needs to be debates and approaches by actors also other than the EU, to continue the work with the groups or the fractions that are not yet willing to talk, and to find out the reasons why, what are their positions, what are economic interests, how could all these questions be addressed. But overall, I think it is important to indeed engage and support the engagement of talks and find for example, regarding the EMCs, to support these platforms to discuss indeed the long-term economic prospects, also the issues that affect the different regions of Colombia. It's another example also that we see that a country is not a homogeneous block. There are very different problems in the different regions in Colombia, and these need to be taken into consideration. And again, the EU there supports also the local peace efforts, and also certainly with other actors, the question also when it comes to legal avenues for those who in the end defect. There are many questions still open, but to continue with experts from different with different backgrounds, but also from other contexts. I think it's Colombia is often used as an example, but it can also benefit from examples of other countries. And I think there the international community can also support of bringing in these different options, so that also the actors being engaged in dialogue can create also their vision for peace, hopefully. So just to say that in that sense, it cannot be certainly remain a process that exclude groups, but I think whoever comes on board on the process that is and has a genuine commitment to a dialogue process, that's another thing. This should be supported, while also questions, especially also for the youth and those who join the other groups still, or being forced to join them, this needs to be addressed as well. Thank you.
Lucia, do you have any observations in this regard? Colombia is often seen as kind of an ideal case of peace negotiations, also because it's very much domestically driven with international support structures. It's committed to international law, international criminal law, and it is in stark contrast to the Afghan case of, for instance, the US-Taliban negotiations that can hardly be called peace talks at all. We have, for instance, the South Sudanese negotiations that involved al-Bashir, who was, of course, at that point still indicted to the criminal court and acting as a mediator on the one side, Museveni on the other, mediating South Sudan. You know, that's quite a different type of mediation process, would you call it mediation at all with your principles? You know, is it only the Colombian case that really lives up to an ideal, and it didn't have a mediator? So maybe the ideal is to have peace negotiations without a mediator.
Yeah, I would wish that mediators are not needed anymore in conflicts. But the reality is, the reason why we have conflicts is because there is no trust, right, between the parties. And ideally, the mediator would come in there to bridge, to build bridges and to increase trust and to serve as an honest broker. Yes, this is an ideal scenario, but it has worked also in other contexts. And I think we will have to really, go in that direction of showing also that we are trustworthy as mediators, because without mediators, it will be very difficult in very protracted conflict where the trust is really destroyed to find a negotiated settlement. So the Colombian case is really an interesting one, also with historical conflict, right, with different armed organizations. It's not only the ELN, before that FARC, but also before that many other armed organizations like the M19 and so on and so forth. So it's a country kind of, which is, I would say, had to really deal with a number of conflicts. But also there are kind of reasons for that, right? A number of grievances were not really addressed, whether the marginalized sections or the social conflict in the country. And now the situation is also quite complicated. I would say you don't have really cohesive groups, and it's always very difficult to mediate or even to negotiate in contexts where the landscape is so fragmented and you don't have really a command structure in place like with the ELN. They have regional leaders in many different different regions, and so so it's a complicated matter altogether. But if I may, I would like to also add to the South African case, and on a meta level. 1 minute. So what is really guiding also the South African approach is the principle of non-indifference, which is actually not really known that much in our field and also in our space. That's the non-indifference towards suffering of the civilians in the member states within the African Union. What we now, increasingly see is the principle of non-interference, the principle of territorial integrity. And I think we will have to look into also other norms, which is centered around the human security of civilians.
Right. And there is a division of labor, so there is a role to the mediator, but that's not reducible to peacemaking in general. And in the coming sessions, we will also hear about the diversity of different aspects of peacemaking, also beyond the mediation landscape. I think this was a wonderful way into the topic. Just like the challenge of getting out of bed is also a challenge of getting back into bed in time, like I experienced yesterday. And on that note, I think we close this session. Thank you so much to the speakers.
Thank you very much to our distinguished panelists and Christopher for moderating. We'll now move to a 30-minute coffee break, and reconvene here at 11:45. So please make your way out to the main lobby if you would like some light refreshments. Thank you. Welcome back, everyone. We hope you enjoyed that short break. We're now ready to move to our second panel of the day, titled Mediating with Who? Inclusiveness Beyond Rhetoric. So I will pass it off now to Stefano Marinelli to moderate.
Thank you. Here. So, welcome back. I'm Stefano Marinelli, member of Agency for Peace Building, and welcome to the panel discussion titled Mediating with Who? Inclusiveness Beyond Rhetoric. And mediating with who is the question we pose today, because given the growing complexity of our conflict dynamics, the inclusion of all relevant stakeholders from various levels of society to various parties to the conflict to vulnerable categories that were previously excluded is not only an ethical issue, but it is also a matter of effectiveness to reach a durable and sustainable peace. In his report, Peace Building in the Aftermath of Conflict, the UN Secretary General defined inclusivity as the extent and manner in which the views and needs of parties to the conflict and other stakeholders are represented, heard, and integrated into a peace process. And here, that's why the title mentions inclusiveness beyond the rhetoric, because that's the issue of tokenism, of the inclusion of some stakeholders, and the authentic and true inclusion of all stakeholders is essential to support a peace that is truly locally owned and authentically representative of all parties to the conflict and all levels of society. So today we will explore several angles of the topic of inclusiveness, thanks to the variety of expertise and background of our speakers. I can now we will speak of how digital technologies add value to strengthening inclusion in mediation processes, how we can ensure the meaningful participation of women in peace processes overcoming gender stereotypes, and how the inclusion of diverse armed groups and radicalized movements still pose an obstacle to peace mediation. So I'm happy to introduce our distinguished panelists. Joanna Poutanen serves as the head of Women and Peacemaking and Digital Peacemaking at CMI Initiative, Marty Ahtisaari Peace Foundation. She leads CMI's organizational priority on strengthening the role of women in ongoing peace processes and enhancing gender-sensitive mediation capacities of key actors globally. Dr. Evelyn Pauls is the impact manager of Gender Justice and Security Hub based at the LSE Center for Women, Peace and Security, and an associate researcher at the Berghoff Foundation. She recently led a participatory action research project examining the reintegration of female ex-combatants in Colombia and Uganda, as well as Burundi, Indonesia, Nepal, and the Philippines through documentary filmmaking. Finally, Francesca Caruso is a researcher focusing on Central Africa peace and security issues. She has been working for the community of Sant'Egidio within the international relations team with a focus on conflict mediation. Francesca has also worked as a researcher for the Istituto Affari Internazionali within the North Africa, Middle East, and Africa team. As the previous panel, each panelist will begin with a 10-minute speech to provide their main insight on the topic of inclusiveness. Then we will open the floor for questions for the audience so that we can ensure an interactive dialogue, which is the feature of the Bologna Peacebuilding Forum. So the speakers will speak from your left to your right. I will first give the floor to Joanna Poutanen for her speech. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Stefano, and a very good morning to everyone. I first also want to reiterate my thanks for the Agency of Peacebuilding and all of the partners for this really superb event, and as was noted, an extremely timely and important topic at a critical juncture. And I'm absolutely delighted to be here on this panel with very knowledgeable colleagues. I will focus my remarks on the question of how to ensure women's meaningful participation in peace processes, and I draw my insights on CMI's work over 2 decades in dialogue and mediation, and as noted, we have a strategic priority on strengthening women's roles in peacemaking. So that experience from various contexts, from Palestine to Yemen to Afghanistan to Libya. So it all begins with the proper context analysis. All begins with proper context analysis. We know that that's the foundation for good mediation effort. So I think as we start to talk about the strategies to enhance women's participation, we should also revisit our context analysis of what is the mediation landscape today. And I think the panels yesterday and today have done a really great job in kind of outlining how the mediation landscape is changing in a profound manner. So that should also prompt us to consider how our strategies for inclusion are changing. I will not repeat, I think it has been eloquently already articulated what those changes are, but just to point our attention to 4 key changes. The fact that the nature of conflicts is changing, there's increasing fragmentation, international conflicts are again on the rise, or interstate conflicts, there are new drivers of fragility from climate change. The second, that the mediation actors are diversifying, not necessarily a new one, but the set of actors is diversifying. Third, and partially as a consequence of these two, mediation processes look very different today. We rarely have one comprehensive process led by a multilateral organization, but rather an ecosystem of different mediation efforts. And fourth, of course, the overall global political climate, including increasing focus on heart security, has profound implications on the space to discuss human security and inclusivity and women's rights and youth rights in this context. So I would suggest that against this backdrop of a changing landscape of mediation, there are kind of new 3 actions that we should take and kind of shift our strategies of women's meaningful participation. But also I would accompany those with 3 actions that are long-standing ones, despite over a quarter of a century on women, peace and security agenda, that those continue to be relevant. The first one of the newer actions is that we need to make the case again for women, peace and security. In between, we're again getting to a phase where it was less about the why, but more about the how. And I think we're back in kind of square one, that we need to make the case again. Of course, also considering the diversification of mediation actors. And there, most importantly, we need to learn how to have these conversations with those who don't necessarily already are supportive of the agenda. We talked earlier about, not only talking to those who are like-minded, and sometimes women, peace and security conversations tend to be a bit of like echo chambers where everybody nods and agrees with one another, but how are we discussing that question of women's inclusivity with those who may not, at least from the outset, agree? And the key message there to me is that women, peace and security is not a separate gender equality agenda. It's a fundamental way to advance peace and security. The second is, I would suggest, is that we shift the focus from women's inclusion to the question of agency. And this comes from the fact that we no longer have one comprehensive process where we can talk about including women too. In many cases, we don't have a process at all. Or if they are, as I said, they're very, very fragmented. And I think we would do much better to focus and recognize the agency that different women's networks, constituencies, and actors have, and how we can support that agency to do conflict prevention, to open up new spaces for dialogue, pockets in dialogue where no formal processes may not even exist. And here we should also acknowledge the non-traditional channels of political participation. And I think here, linking to the digital sphere as well, that there are already spaces where dialogues or conversations are happening, and how do we tap into those or support those? Third is that we do need to harness digital technologies. There are new opportunities that digital technologies can bring to dialogue and mediation efforts, new spaces, new ways of engagement. Yesterday we talked about this in more detail, so I will not repeat those conversations. And there is a great publication by the Agency of Peace Building that outlines the opportunities and risks on digital inclusion. But also because digital technologies are changing the nature of warfare. I mean, cyber warfare is a case in point. That also has implication, the new type of expertise that different women's organizations, for instance, need to strengthen in order to meaningfully contribute and engage in those aspects. So, yeah, against the changing landscape of mediation, I think I would call to these kind of 3 changes: shift focus to agency, making the case again for women, peace and security and harness or master digital technologies. But then there are the three long-standing stumbling blocks that I would repeat. And first is the fact that this work is still not, women, peace and security agenda is still not resourced properly. The statistics on the funding are a disgrace. And I think somebody has wisely said that, don't tell me what you value, show me your budget. And I think it very much applies to women, peace and security agenda. Second is this thing, if we talk about women's meaningful meaningful participation, is we need to move away from the notion of women's issues. It seems really simple, but the reality of peace processes is that most often, if women are invited, they are invited to talk about women's issues. And I recognize that there is an useful starting point for conversation, especially with diverse women's constituencies, to talk about inclusion, women's participation, but that should not be the end of the conversation. It truly limits the political agency of women to a very, very narrow scope, or being a gender expert in the room. And so really this whole notion of women's issues, what does that even mean? Like, what are men's issues? So we really need to consider that all questions concerning peace and conflict, they may affect different groups differently, women, men, girls and boys, but that doesn't mean that they do concern all. And it's recognizing those differences that is truly at the heart of a gender-sensitive approach to mediation. And that nicely brings me back to my starting point, which is that it all starts with context analysis. Any mediation or dialogue effort has to be based on a comprehensive context analysis and bringing a gender lens there. Who are the actors? What are the dynamics of violence? What are the drivers, the causes? Who are we talking to when we are doing that context analysis is really where the foundation is laid. So with these remarks, I'll conclude here and I look forward to the conversation.
Thank you very much for your insightful intervention. If you have questions in mind, you can take note, and you will have the opportunity to ask questions at the end of this first set of speeches. And with that, I give the floor to Dr. Evelyn Pauls.
Thank you. Thank you, Stefano. Thank you also for the invitation, Agency for Peace Building, to speak today. Was a really interesting first panel this morning. Sorry for missing yesterday. I'm still on maternity leave, so if I have to run off because my baby is screaming outside, that will show you the challenges of women's inclusion in a conference like this, but even more so in peace processes, which I will touch upon. So thank you so much, Johanna, actually for outlining these points. And I think what I wanted to say kind of feeds perfectly into that. The first point you make was to kind of the need to make the case again for WPS. And I'm an academic by training, so I thought I'd provide you at least with some statistics, even though I assume we are, in general, one of those echo chambers where we do all agree that the inclusion of women is essential in mediation and peace processes. But just a couple of, hard facts that I think are really crucial and that have been made over and over again by different researchers and practitioners. For example, we know that women's inclusion in peace processes leads to more durable agreements. In numbers, the likelihood of a peace agreement lasting for at least 2 years increases by 20%, and of it lasting a minimum of 15 years increases by 35% if women are included as negotiators, mediators, signatories, and witnesses. We all know that having token representation is not going to make a difference, and we already heard about that. So we speak now about meaningful participation or quality participation. And here we have some studies that show over the last 25 years that if women's groups, and I'll speak about this specifically later, strongly influenced negotiations, a peace agreement was always reached in this set of studies. And even when their influence was only limited, agreements were still mostly reached. And additionally, established women's groups often hold governments or implementing actors to account after an agreement has reached and can apply pressure in case of stalling implementation. And I think this is really important if we look at the long-term effects of women's inclusion. And it's essential to note that this research shows the positive effects of women's groups' quality participation, not that of individual women that might be placed at the peace table or in negotiation or mediation groups, because they have broader constituencies behind them. And just one small word on content, and I think Johanna also touched on that, on this this question of women's issues. It's key to understand that when peace processes include significant women's participation, these agreements that are then reached are more likely to address issues such as land rights, key provision of social services, sexual violence and abuses by government and security forces, all of which are crucial to building sustainable peace and are by no means to be understood as women's issues. Just a couple of best practices, and I'm happy to go into details more later. I know it's basic, but instituting women's quotas is still important because we still see that time and again, we have no women at the table. One of the key challenges, of course, and that was also spoken about in the previous panel, is that inclusion is often only successful after massive lobbying efforts by external actors, which makes the credibility of the actors then included often a little questionable, and the buy-in from conflict parties might be lacking. So I think it's really important to consider. I already spoke about the importance of women's groups being included rather than individual women. And here also to design clear transfer strategies vertically between negotiation tracks and horizontally between issues. We often have women's participation sort of around the table, outside the table, etc. But those processes sometimes do not feed into the main kind of negotiating table. I won't speak about budget. We've heard that a lot. Obviously, providing targeted, flexible, and continuous funding is really important, and ensuring diverse representation of women's groups and other groups is also key, right? Not all women have the same perspective. This should be basic and understood by now. And different overlaps of layers of oppression and discrimination, including, but not exclusively, socioeconomic background, race and ethnicity, gender and sexual identity, disability, etc., are really important here. And finally, making processes accessible. This is a really practical point. I could come here today because my mom happened to be in town, so she can take my baby. But if I was, you know, a woman on some remote island in Indonesia having to travel to Jakarta to participate in the peace process for 2 months without being childcare provided, what's going to happen? I'm not going to go. Just a couple of words, and then I'll close on digital technologies. And I know there's a great paper out there, which I haven't had the chance to read yet, but I'm very much looking forward to it. So I hope I'm not repeating the points, but I just want to make a couple of observations about the gender perspective sort of on digital technologies. We, of course, know that there's a lot of really relevant opportunities for having increased sort of digitalized peacemaking or mediation efforts, or just ways of broadening the table. But of course, there's also a risk of exacerbating the digital divides, urban-rural, generational, but also the gender divide. So just a couple of thinking points on that. We should keep in mind whether women have access to phones, laptops, the internet, if that is controlled by spouses or partners. I know the CMI is working on this dashboard, which I think is really important on, you know, accessing data kind of in an easy way. Do they have the digital skills to take part meaningfully? And also not forgetting which risks women might face specifically when they do take part in these digital peacemaking technologies. We know that women face higher risks when engaging in social media, etc., for backlash and being specifically targeted for their participation. So how do we create safe spaces for women to participate? And are these online platforms moderated, etc., by, you know, specific actors? So we need to be proactive in designing new technologies and taking a gender and diversity lens into account, and not just sort of tacking it on. Maybe I'll leave it at that. And I'm happy to talk about more examples, etc., but I know my colleague will give us an impression of that. So I'll leave her to that. Thank you.
Thank you. Now give the floor to Francesca Caruso for an example, a practical case of inclusion.
Thank you very much. Good morning to everyone. I'm very happy to be here. Today we are now discussing about inclusiveness in peace process, and we are trying to understand how we can include women, what's the role of digitalization, and also the role of youth. To be honest, when I read these questions, I thought that I don't know if I'll be able to answer directly to this question, but I think that today I can describe to you what has been an effort of inclusive peace mediation. And I'll try to do this by describing Sant'Egidio's mediation in Central African Republic, which started in 23 and is still ongoing. So, as you all might know, the Central African Republic has been involved in many brutal civil wars. And the last civil war occurred in 2013, when rebel groups in the north of the country, united in a coalition called Seleka, took power in Bangui with President Jotodia. So atrocity committed by Seleka soon led to deadly reprisal by anti-Balaka militias, self-defense committees made up of villagers and former soldiers, while UN peacekeeping forces and French troops were deployed in the country. The war lasted until 2019, when the government of Touadéra signed a peace agreement with 14 armed groups. Today, we can say that the country is more stable, is more peaceful. The president of the state is, moreover, in all the prefecture. I was there last week. But of course, there are still many threats to peace and stability. For example, 7 of the peace agreement of the armed groups that signed the peace agreement in 2019 withdrew. And of course, the threat from Chad and Sudan pose increase the instability of the country. So in this context, what has Sant'Egidio done? Sant'Egidio started to know CAR in 23, when he started to build a wide network of contacts thanks to the Archbishop of Bossangoa, and the relations with institutions, representative of parties, hosted from power, exponent of armed groups, a dense network of contacts with the leaders of the Catholic Church allowed Sant'Egidio to know better the ground and also to be reactive when the war erupted in 2013. So in the first phase of the civil war, President Jotodia, because of this knowledge of Sant'Egidio, asked to the community to try to work for a national reconciliation. And Sant'Egidio, within a couple of weeks, conveyed a multi-confessional delegation composed by Muslim, evangelical leaders and key politicians that signed in Rome Le Pacte Républicain, so the Republican Pact, a declaration which committed the signatories to democratic values, such as respect of election and the defense of justice, and to a kind of good conduct in this transitional phase. The document was also important because it was an occasion to create the Central Africa Interreligious Platform, an institution created under the willingness of Cardinal Zapalainga that has operated during the whole crisis in order to diffuse interreligious conflict. So when however, then the anti-Balaka that I named before, a Christian militia without a precise leadership, emerged on the ground, started to target Muslim, and President Jotodia had to resign, and violence slept out of control in the country. So in this phase of the war, during which dialogue initiatives were multiplying at all levels with a large number of international actors, Sant'Egidio focused on inter-community dialogue, the support of the Bangui Interreligious Platform, and individual initiatives aimed at diffuse tension between religious communities. For example, in May 2014, the community brought to Rome a delegation of Muslim community leaders from this neighborhood called PK5 in Bangui, which was at a time when the Muslim community was isolated, subjected to violence, and prevented from doing business. This meeting was important because it allowed for the dispelling of the myth that Muslims were connected to Boko Haram or other terrorist groups, but as well, it also created the opportunity to make confidential contact between the Muslims and French diplomats. This was important. Why? Because most of the Muslims at that time thought that they were targeted by the French military intervention. Another good example is that Sant'Egidio tried also to favor the exchange of prisoners. How? Thanks not only to the capability to speak with a wide range of armed groups leaders and elements on the ground, but also because it has gained in time the trust of international organizations such the Red Cross, but also the UN. And in order to support the electoral process, Sant'Egidio brought together in Rome several leaders of political parties, even opposing ones, and the meeting culminated in a declaration of intent called the Patriotic Appeal. This, of course, helped also for a good ongoing of the election, which elected President Touadéra. The last thing that I would like to mention is that in this occasion, when all the leaders met in Rome, they were 27, and they addressed a letter to Pope Francis, because Pope Francis, this was in 2015, decided to finish its Africa tour in Central African Republic. He decided to do this against all the international, let's say, community advices. Moreover, France, they were all very worried because the Pope wanted to cross the combattant neighborhood and the PK5 in the Papa Mobile. I don't know how we can say it in Italian, but without any protection. So it was quite let's say, a difficult trip. In this phase, for example, Sant'Egidio tried to create a dialogue between the gendarmerie of the Vatican and the armed groups of the different factions, so from the Seleka and the anti-Balaka, which ended before the visit of the Pope in a declaration of ceasefire. So, in fact, when Pope France arrived in Bangui, the Muslim went out in the street and joined the Christians for the first time in the war. This, of course, was a success, and Central African Republic remembered this visit. After this, Sant'Egidio continued its mediation effort by trying to facilitate the dialogue between the government and the armed groups. But what I would like to underline is the fact that even if in 2019 there has been the signature of the peace agreement between the government and the 14 armed groups, we still continue to work on the ground, because of course after the peace agreement it was just the beginning of peace, by, for example, disseminating the content of the peace agreement in the whole country, because of course most of the people don't know what the content of the peace agreement is, by trying to diffuse tension between the government and political leaders, but also by trying to create links between the guarantors and facilitators of the peace agreements and local actors. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Now it's time to collect some first questions from the audience. I see already a hand raised. Maybe somebody can help with the mic. 2 hands raised.
Hi, nice to meet you all. I just want to mention about I forgot your name, but you mentioned that Johanna, we need to change the perspective from women issue, get rid of that to different, like what are men issues. Men issues are first war, they start the wars. And we do not have mano side, like there is no man killed by their wives. So still we have the woman issues very strongly. And as a person who I had the whole opportunity to become an effective person in our country, but so we had to leave our country because we were women. It's an issue, and we need to address that. And I believe in women in power, but how I can become in power or other women become in power when there is a still need to address the issues. Women are excluded from even going to a school. Men in Afghanistan, they don't have this issue to not be participating in schools. Like when they are in 6th grade, they cannot go to school. They cannot go to work. They are extremely, it's gender apartheid, and men, they are not facing this gender apartheid from women. I, as a person who believes in women empowerment and women-run offices, I need to have some advices from women who are working for peace building. If we wanted to be a part of peace building in our country, I'm sure the situation were different. But I have a question from women who are working for peace. Why you do not address the issues of women around the world? Maybe you are in a different stage, but there is still very fundamental issues that should be addressed. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes.
Thank you very much. My name is Harry Post. I've been teaching international law also in Italy, by the way. And I first make you a great compliment about what is going on here, because what is going on, I think, is that mediation as let's say, a method or a technique to prevent war and to build peace has been further structured. And I think that is very important. I mean, it was always with us, but it is clearer what its impact may be. I think that is a process which should continue, because there is still a lot of work to be done, and all kinds of, well, cornerstones have been produced here, and they should be brought together. I mean, very interesting contributions by all the panels today, and what I've heard, and also yesterday. Now, my question is: do you agree with that further further structures of mediation are necessary, also to see whether it contributes more effectively in certain circumstances and perhaps less effectively in others? I'm thinking about the difference between, well, creating a peace agreement in a situation of war, suppose it's an international war or a non-international war, and also to prevent war and to prevent terrible atrocities as we see around us. I mean, I think that should be, in a sense, more precise what mediation can do and where it is most effective. I hope that will be accomplished. One point, I have the feeling when I listen around here that mediation generally is more effective in a situation of, well, of civil war, of internal atrocities, than in the more, well, I would almost say classical international conflicts where war is already there, like Ukraine or well, or Gaza for that matter, or in the past, I've been concerned with that, Ethiopia and Eritrea, an older war. It seems more difficult there, but why precisely, and is that true? I hope that's clear enough.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. I also would like to focus on women issues. Is it better to not to talk anymore about women issues, or rather to define them precisely? If we choose the first path, is there a risk of falling into a trap of not being able to talk about what could be defined as a vicious cycle of exclusion? What I mean by this is perfectly illustrated by the context of peace mediation facilitated by the use of peace tech. Women are heavily underrepresented at the peace talk table, but even more, we are underrepresented in the tech industry, where the design of those technologies is determined. We are underrepresented in the business, in the tech sector, but also there is a huge dropout rate of women who choose to join this sector. Thank you.
Okay, we can stop with these first three questions, and I give the floor to those who want to answer. I would start with women issues. So maybe Joanna Poutanen wants to reply to that.
Yeah. Thank you so much for raising that question. Also allows me to elaborate, because by no means do I want to say that there are not issues that concern particularly women as well. What I wanted to say is that often the political conversations, they tend to confine these women's issues, and that's the only area that you can contribute. That, you know, we don't talk about politics or the governance frameworks with you, or we don't talk about the security arrangement, that you can only talk about these issues that are seen as women's issues. And there, I think the definition can be a bit problematic. And also even those issues that are where women are bearing the brunt, actually do affect the whole society. If one's mother does not have the right to be educated, that will affect the whole family. And if women are not allowed to join the workforce and work in the health sector, that has societal implication. So therefore, that's where the dichotomy becomes problematic. Having said that, I think on certain things we know from peace processes that, for instance, where women are not participating in peace processes, it's very unlikely that there will be kind of these so-called women's issues. Let's say gender-based violence will be addressed. Again, even that does affect all genders, but again, women bearing the brunt. So that there is a usefulness of using that strategy, that you carve the first political space to kind of raise the women's issues, that can be expanded more. The problem is when the mediation actors themselves kind of have this conceptual framework and they approach women's constituencies, and again, that's only the questions that I ask and that are they consulted on. So hopefully that clarifies what I wanted to say. So second, in terms of looking into the kind of like where mediation is more effective and where it's not, I think it's another really critical question, is because, well, the mediation theory, I mean, I think many of us are aware in terms of the question of ripeness, it's a very old theory, and there's not really a newer adaptation that has really gotten so much popularity, but I think it still kind of holds its place. Like if you try to do a mediation process where the basic conditions are not met, where the parties don't have any commitment to the process from their side, when they don't see a possible way out, there's not really any military herding stalemate, it's very difficult to have that process to be a successful one. And I think this pressure of trying to push mediation where there is no ripeness can end up being counterproductive, because if you're pushing agreements that are concluded too quickly, and I've seen this in many contexts, especially at the local level, that there's a pressure to have parties sign before the necessary trust is there, before the necessary ownership and buy-in is there, you can actually end up doing more harm than good. So I do agree with this notion that there needs to be a bit more critical discussion and also more research into looking at the cases where mediation, what kind of mediation, what styles of mediation, if it's more power-based, more facilitative, will bear more sustainable and lasting results.
Thank you. Yeah, I just add a little bit onto what Johanna was saying, and also on the questions of women's issues. I think, yeah, there are kind of these two strategies, right? So it's either the question of, okay, do we take the women's space and kind of focus on that, or do we try to mainstream, right, gender and women's issues across all issues? And I think for a while the answer has kind of been more towards the sort of mainstreaming discourse, but that kind of assumes that more or less we've won the discussion that everything is also relevant for women, right? Which at the moment with all the backlash, and Afghanistan is a perfect example of that, how rights are being systematically taken away from women. The battle, so to say, is not won on saying that, you know, women's issues are across all aspects. So I do think we have to do both. I do think we have to keep emphasizing sexual reproductive rights, domestic and gender-based violence, all of these things that are not just being taken away you know, in so-called conflict context, but also very much in the West, in the US, etc. And the second point, I think, on tech and potential risk there, I think is really important. We see this with AI, how you know, some of these biases, both on gender and race, are kind of inbuilt into the technology because it learns obviously from what's already out there, which is misogynist and racist, you know, large parts of the internet. And so we should be careful in how we integrate these technologies, also because of the understanding that maybe some of us who are not experts in the tech field and are partnering with these businesses, what that might do to the process, right? And also, I mean, both from a gender point, but also just from a business and profit interest kind of perspective, like what does the presence of these actors add or detract from the process? And just one point on where mediation might be most effective, I think just one really important point, which also has been spoken about in the previous panel, is just about the credibility of mediating actors, right? And this is both of Western actors, of so-called new actors that are, you know, engaged in these processes. How are they seen, obviously, by the groups involved? And I think this is relevant both for civil, but even more so for sort of international, interstate conflicts, like who is being even taken seriously as a mediator, I think is really important. And I will run away for 5 minutes because my baby is screaming, but I'm coming back.
I just wanted to say two things on the participations of women in the peace process, giving you an example of last week. So I was in Bangui in Central African Republic, and we organized this closed-door meeting between 18 préfets and sous-préfets of the West region in the border with Chad and Cameroon, together with the international community, meaning the UN, African Union, CEAC, and the ambassador of the neighboring countries. Out of 40 people, we were just 2 women. So, of course, when I met the day before the préfet and sous-préfet, they were only men. I was the only woman. And I told them, look, you see, there is a problem. You are just men. I am the only woman as usual. And they looked at me and they told me, what do you think? Do you think that in our region, where there has been a conflict for 10 years, where there are armed groups every day, a woman can be a préfet or a sous-préfet? Of course, the security context doesn't allow women to be to have power to stay there. So of course, in this case, I was silent, and I told them, okay, you are right. I understand. So this is to say that in a way, I think that it's very important to focus on groups and on minorities, and to try to create the more inclusive process than we can. But in the other way, we also need to understand the context. And sometimes, even if there are only men, it doesn't mean that the process is not inclusive. What I think that it's the most important thing for a successful peace process is to find political leaders, because most of the time when we are trying to mediate between governments and also armed groups, you understand what they like to say, the root causes of the conflict. This is very clear. But then when you want to do the step forward now and say, okay, let's find a solution, it's always very hard to understand the political program, the political project of the belligerents. And when you are a mediator, if the people that you are trying to facilitate don't really have a political project on, I don't know, the share of natural resources, for instance, this is the most important, the most problematic thing. And I think that there is too little attention on the political, let's say, importance of the ideas rather than groups. This is my...
Thank you very much. I'm asking if you have further questions, otherwise I can finally... Oh, okay, we have two authoritative questions by Bernardo Venturi and Selina Del Felice.
Thanks, Stefano, and thanks to the prominent panelists. I want to ask you to elaborate more a little bit on effectiveness versus inclusiveness. It's something that was mentioned today in the first panel. And there was a kind of call for pragmatic approach, and something that was not directly taken today, this second panel, is how far, I mean, this pragmatic approach is not inclusive. And something that we heard in the last month is that about timing. So the first steps maybe in terms of mediation can be less inclusive, and then the further steps can be more inclusive. That's an option in some contexts. I mean, sometimes mediation lasts months, years, and so on. So this is really an issue that I would like to dive deeper, and especially from your side, maybe. And to Francesca, you mentioned the Central African Republic case and the great work that you are doing, and the entry point that was, as far as I understood, mainly the religious one, the religious perspective. Can you compare on your work more on Chad, for instance, and Sant'Egidius' work on Chad, and what's the entry point on that level? What does it mean in terms of inclusiveness? Thank you.
Thank you. There was another question.
Right here.
Okay. Yes.
Hi, thank you. In reference to Sant'Egidio, first things, two questions. My first question is, how can we strengthen interfaith dialogue and mediation? And two, what is the influence of liberation theology when it comes to the work of Sant'Egidio? What is the influence of liberation theology when it comes to interfaith dialogue with Sant'Egidio? Thank you.
And yeah.
Yeah, thank you for the three panelists. My question, I really appreciated the start with context analysis, and for that we know that there are power differentials, so this power analysis as well. So my question is, if you have examples from any context that you have worked in of mechanisms, strategies to address those. There are many visible and invisible barriers that you mentioned to participation, so issues of protection, accessibility, so many. So choose one in which you say how that was addressed. And the last thing I want to say is that some of those barriers are being addressed by women's groups, as you mentioned, and youth groups, and this sometimes more formal civil society organizations or less formal that are empowering those individuals in channeling and being participating in the mediation processes. So I'm really looking forward to any experiences that you can share with us. Thank you.
Oh, okay, well, feel free. Let's collect two. Don't worry. We have over 20 minutes.
Thank you so much for your insights. This is Rana Beheri from the UN System Staff College. And I want to touch on two challenges that I would be interested if you explored more or like dived into it more. One is, was mentioned yesterday, the point of recognition, the recognition of the role of women. So the example that you gave when you didn't find women in the room and you were told that because they don't have power, because there were war for multiple years, is that the reason, or there are women who are already active and are not recognized? So it is also because sometimes that happens that women are first respondents, and sometimes they are the ones who actually have access, regardless of the security situation. They have more mobility and more opportunity for access to the local community as first respondents, whether on conflict, whether on peace, humanitarian support, but it's the recognition part that comes with protection risks. So are women recognized or not? Are they invisible actors or not? So how to navigate that challenge when we're trying to build the capacity of women mediators or women peace builders to bring them in the table, because that balance is a little bit tricky. So that's one point. The other point, we always talk about building capacity of women to be part of the peace process on like track 1 or track 1.5. But the question is, how can we do that from prevention, or what are the efforts that is being taken place in prevention? Because if we waited for the conflict to happen and realize we do not have effective caliber, like effective women or like women who are trained on mediation, like we're going to spend another 2 or 3 years to train them, and then 2 and 3 years to bring them or like a space on the table. So what are the measures that we can collectively do as organizations and as people in that space to also build the capacity of women in the prevention, like before the conflict happens? Or like it could be a mitigation process instead of waiting for the conflicts to happen, and start seeing how can we include women. So that could also be a way to look at it. Thank you.
I see there are more questions, but I would stop here, so also to allow possibly Dr. Pols to answer them when she's back. So let's start with the psycholo questions. Who wants to address them?
I can start then. Great questions once again. I will start with effectiveness versus inclusion, and it's great that we have that on the table. To my knowledge, there is no empirical evidence or research suggesting that inclusion would undermine or decrease effectiveness. I'm happy to, and I really look forward to receiving if there are any articles otherwise. Well, I understand, but I think your point was that this is the argumentation, the way it goes. But I think that's the most important to first recognize. The second thing, to me, it's a fundamental question, what are we aiming towards with the process? If it is, let's say, a process of purely focused on trust building between various groups, I think it's a different type of process. Then you can focus on the actors that need to be built trust in between. But if we're talking about the process that really is kind of reshaping a political framework for a given country, then different notions of inclusivity have more weight. And I think that needs to be a first question to be answered. Second is that there are different modalities when we talk about effectiveness. If it's difficult to manage a table, or if there is a table with a multitude of actors, there are various avenues of inclusivity. There are consultations, there are problem-solving workshops, there are engaging with different constituencies kind of through discrete channels, using track 2 actors to do that. And also if there are political impediments to expand the table. So I think that's not direct participation is only one avenue. It's important, but only one. And really, again, I think it does start with the context analysis that who are the different actors, what are the best way and also the safest way to reach them, and how they can be engaged in the process. And yes, and that's, I think, coming to, when you said that the first steps, I think, and that's the first step, and that's where the inclusion should happen. Then there may be some steps for like small trust building exercise that are more exclusive in nature, but that is never the first step. Second, the question about power imbalances and concrete examples. Kind of also relating to this notion of, there are no women in the room. They are in all contexts where we work, there are power imbalances, usually disfavoring women. Let's say we supported a dialogue process in Libya with Libyan political parties. Had we invited only the chairs, there would have not been one woman in the room. But it was a conversation with the political parties saying, hey, this is, what do you think if we would have one woman and one man from each of the parties? And there's like, yeah, no problem. And so, I mean, it's also like looking at from the process design, what are the requirements for participation, what roles you are looking for and why. But then also things, power imbalances that are not addressed. From the South Sudan case, for instance, we convened the South Sudanese stakeholders, the women who did take direct part in the formal process, afterwards in a reflection workshop, and what was useful, what they would have done differently, what was a key challenge. There was a lot of harassment, sexual harassment, psychological harassment towards them in the process. What they said, what they would have wanted, that from the early on in the process, there would have been a clear code of conduct saying that this is not allowed in this space and that there would be clear sanctions for not abiding by that. So that, I think that's a clear lesson for future processes to take care of, to address some of those power imbalances and the risks. Very briefly, just on the building capacity of women, I struggle with that. I think there's also research saying that, so much of the women, peace and security is only building, women get the training and men get the opportunities. And there's a bit of sense, this patriarchy that you just need. Of course, there are targeted strategic capacity building that is useful for everybody, but exactly for everybody. And I think just to the notion of prevention, I'm not sure necessary capacity building is there what is needed. It's more about recognizing that agency. And I think women mediator networks that we raised yesterday, Italy also leading, having the Mediterranean women networks, there's a lot of expertise there already on mediation that could be used in a discreet manner for conflict prevention. If given some of the women are often, because they're not in the politically kind of powerful positions, they can act in a discreet manner that is important for prevention. But that works needs to be both recognized and then supported. So thank you.
So on the effectiveness rather than inclusiveness, I believe that sometimes you also need to, as I was saying before, need to understand the context. And sometimes, even if the ultimate goal is to make an inclusive process, sometimes you just cannot, because maybe one of the parts tells you, listen, I am ready to speak with these armed groups, but I'm not ready to speak with these armed groups and civil societies and opposition political parties. So what do you do in this case? Do you do, okay, so we stop all the process, or you say, okay, let's continue, and maybe in parallel you keep the contact with the opposition political parties, with the civil society, trying very slowly to convey all together. So I think that it's peace mediation requests a lot of patience and time. Regarding, and I also would like to say that sometimes I witnessed, for example, in Central African Republic during the Dialogue Républicain, so after the latest crisis in 2021, President Touadéra said, fantastic, now we will launch a wonderful national dialogue in order to convey all the forces vives de la nation together, and we will solve our problems. So I went there, and for a week I was there in the Peace and Security Commission, and it was a wonderful example of inclusiveness. So there were women, there were men, youth, everyone has had the opportunity to speak, and all the debates were disseminated in the local radio. So it was incredible. All the country was participating, and I was enthusiastic when I was there. So I came back to Rome saying, well, fantastic, the national dialogue. Then it ended in a week. So the government decided to focus on the new constitution, and all this wonderful inclusive work that has been done with the publication of 400 recommendations was totally abandoned in a week. This is to say that sometimes you have very good example of inclusiveness, but if these are not followed by a monitoring and the real implementation, it can be also very disappointing for the country as an experience. Regarding the inclusion of women, what happened to me last week, I think that it was true, because in Central African Republic, and all the ladies that are advocating for more women in the peace mediation know it, Samba Panza is one of the, has been the first Africa president, maybe the second after the Liberia, but the first or the second women Africa president in 2015. You had a lot of women also in politics, also during this dialogue that I told you. I remember that the president was a man, and all the women came and said, okay, now the woman will be a vice president without any vote. We decided, and that's it. And they did it. So in the elite, within the elite, the women are present and have also a political impact, but the elite is very different than the people on the ground. And unfortunately, the people on the ground, if you read also all the statistics of the refugees, most of them are women and children. So yes, you can include them, but for instance, in Sudan, it will be very difficult to include women, because if you read all the statistics of Sudanese refugees in Chad, 85% are women, are women and children. So this is also something that we need to take into account on the concrete. When we need to try to make some peace dialogues.
Okay, thank you very much. It's now 1 o'clock and we are closing the panel. I thank a lot our distinguished panelists for the quality of their strong presentations, and also the audience for the really interesting interaction. I had a number of curiosities, but they were really all addressed by the audience. We could elaborate dialogue where we focused on the most challenging aspects of inclusivity, even in our echo chamber, where we all agree that inclusiveness is a positive thing, but from female combatants to the credibility of mediators to the armed groups, there are plenty of controversial issues that it's complicated to address. Now it's time to call for the lunch break. The lunch is self-organized, but I invite speakers to follow there for the meeting. And we will meet again at 2:30 for the third session titled The Future of Contested Peace Mediation. Thank you very much. See you later.
Hello, everyone. Hello, everyone. We hope you enjoyed your lunch break. We're now ready to start our third panel of the day, so I will hand it over to Simone to moderate.
Okay. Welcome, everyone, to this third panel of today's international conference here at the Bologna Peacebuilding Forum. It's a great pleasure to be here. I'm Simone Tollens. I'm an adjunct professor here at Johns Hopkins SAIS as the local point person, but I'm also a part-time professor at the European University Institute, and I also work at John Cabot University in Rome. It's a pleasure to be here. So today, for this third panel, we have been asked to reflect on the future of contested peace mediation. Now, we didn't bring our crystal ball, I think, but it is worth perhaps reflecting a little bit on what kind of future we are talking about or thinking about. Now, indeed, the future, is it still a thing for the postmodern? You know, modernity kind of owned the future, but we are now in a different place where the future perhaps is described often as uncertain, where international politics is geared towards preventing the worst case scenarios rather than necessarily committing and building conditions for a sort of a positive epistemology future. So we see this, I think, in the peace and conflict field. Short-term has replaced long-term, and ad hoc has perhaps replaced comprehensive and institutionalized. The appetite for big peace perhaps has been replaced by pragmatic small peace, maybe even in the plural. In some ways, we got peace building without peace, or at least without practitioners actually believing that what they're tasked to do can be achieved. Question mark. So some of these indeed considerations are important for this field of peace mediation too, I think. So what kind of vision for peace is on the table? And how do changes in the mediation field itself? We've talked about this this morning. Its practices, its normativities. How does it affect the kind of peace that may emerge? So in this peace building forum, which is made up of, I think, a community of practice that have to some extent a shared outlook, but is not perhaps a consensus here as to whether largely then Western-based mediation, where it should be headed. Pragmatism or more idealism, or as indeed Lukshi Vimala Raja wonderfully laid out this morning, I think, a more nuanced and perhaps network-affected action. Now, how would that actually look like? And I just wanted to begin with these remarks because we got a wonderful panel here today, which will sort of assess some of the challenges, but also allow ourselves, I think, to offer some kind of proposal or thinking about this perhaps contested field of peace mediation. And their expertise will allow them to draw on, deep knowledge of the field of mediation. So we're in pretty good hand for this challenging journey. So let me just briefly introduce the speakers. To my right, we got Mabel González Bustelo. She's an international consultant on mediation at the Institute of, and also connected with the Institute of Studies on Conflict and Humanitarian Action. So she has developed through her career a really significant knowledge related to peace and security, and she currently indeed advises governments and international institutions on matters of mediation. Secondly, we got Julian Arevalo, a senior fellow on the mediation at Swiss Peace. And he has worked for 4 years as the Dean of the Faculty of Economics at the Universidad Externado de Colombia and as an associate of the Institute for Integrated Transitions in Spain. And before that, he's also worked at the Office of the High Commissioner for Peace of Colombia and was also an advisor to the Minister of the Interior. So his experience from the Colombia process is extensive. And finally, to my far right is Tarila Marklint Ebiede. He's a policy leader fellow at the School of Transnational Governance at the European University Institute in Florence, and is also the director of the Conflict Research Network of West Africa. This is a multidisciplinary network for peace and conflict studies scholars based in West Africa. And he conducts academic and policy research on political violence, intrastate armed conflict, peace building, and insecurity in Nigeria. So with this wonderful panel, we're going to wake you up for your planned post-lunch snooze, particularly also because we're going to change a bit the format. So we're going to have a bit more conversational format. We're going to have 3 rounds of questions with rather short answers. This will, of course, set the scene for your wonderful questions, comments, and engagement with these themes. So, first round. And Mabel, it's up to you to get us started here. So peace mediation in many ways is an increasingly perhaps a controversial practice, possibly. What are currently the biggest challenges in the field from your point of view?
Okay, so this will be my first answer and probably the most pessimistic one. I promise I will be more optimistic in the next two rounds. I think that we are in an international system in flux that overlaps with existing negative trends for the field of mediation and the field of peace building. And I will briefly mention a few of those trends that I think affect negatively this field. First, a trend to the regulation of the use of force in international relations. I think that this view spread globally after 9/11 and with the global war on terrorism. Then we saw high turning points in Syria, in Libya and in Syria, and now we are seeing it accentuated in Ukraine and in Gaza. This means a dominant approach based on militarized responses to armed conflict. The proscription and listing of groups qualified, a lot of groups qualified as terrorists. And we see today that main debates about international security talk about militarized security, increase of military spending, redirection of foreign aids, and lowering budgets for mediation and for peace building. So this is our first trend. The second trend is geopolitical competition. We are in the end of the liberal hegemony project, ending with a return to geopolitical contestation. This means US-Russia contestation, US-China contestation, powers in flux, interference in conflicts that become almost proxy wars, lack of diplomatic cooperation even in conflicts where there are no interests at stake. And this means paralysis in the Security Council, lower approval of peace operation, less peace agreement. With this emergence of middle powers, assertive in their foreign policies, not necessarily bad, but this means a multipolar world with more points of big and intermediate power, and in the whole system with more uncertainty, I could say. And this new configuration in the world system means that the double standards that are not new in international relations are now probably perceived as more evident than ever. We see that some wars are important and their parties and their victims deserve global support, such as Ukraine, and I don't question that. But we see that other wars seem to not be important. Ethiopia, the DRC, who remembers the DRC, for instance? It seems that some violations of the laws of war matter, such as Ukraine, and others don't, such as Gaza. So those double standards are creating some skeptical views in countries, in peoples around. There is a awakening third trend of the norm of seeking political solutions to violent conflicts. for many reasons, there are many actors at the global level, at the national level, at the regional level, that are against negotiation or mediation. And we see this, I will take two examples. First, those conflicts where you have groups with jihadist or different ranges of Islamist agendas. And those are very numerous groups nowadays. Almost half of the global conflicts are in this category. This relates with the old, not so old, but global war on terror, and the sentence or the prescriptions that we don't negotiate with terrorists. So there was a consensus in that those are groups with whom we shouldn't negotiate, and those have been groups with whom it has been very difficult to mediate for political reasons, for legal reasons, for juridical consequences, etc. And in the context of geopolitical contestation, we have also positions against negotiation in the case, for instance, of Ukraine, where we can see also that we are, the main voices are putting military victory above and over the possibility of a process of dialogue and negotiation. And all this happens, and I will end with the fourth trend, all this happens when we have a proliferation and extreme complexity of armed conflicts worldwide. We have around 50 armed conflicts. We have those conflicts had a number of direct victims of violence in 2023 that almost doubled the number of the previous year. And that is only comparable with the year 1994, so the year of the Rwandan genocide. So we have a lot of conflicts. We have conflicts that are extremely dangerous for civilians, with many, many deaths, with the numbers of victims soaring. We have conflicts that are mostly internal, but internationalized, and that are characterized for a fragmentation and even atomization of the armed groups that fight those wars. The ICRC said in 2023 that there are 459 groups of humanitarian concern worldwide. And those groups have 195 million people living under their total or fluid control. So we have an extreme proliferation of conflicts and extreme proliferation of armed actors, which makes perhaps the project of a comprehensive peace agreement, such as the one reached in Colombia in 2016, difficult. But we will go to that in the second or third round. Have I consumed my 3 minutes?
Yes.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you very much for the invitation, for having me here with you. And I want to share also some key trends or biggest challenges that we are seeing today. I just want to mention something that has been mentioned before. Of course, the changing international order, the rise of new global powers, and also regional powers with interests in mediation. So we have the cases of China, Qatar, Turkey, and so on. So that's more or less something that we know that is posing important challenges and is one trend that we have to deal with in the next couple of years. So that's something that we know. Second, I think that has been mentioned extensively so far, and I'm going to insist on that, coming also from Colombia, which is that the issue that you just mentioned, fragmentation, is important. So we are having more difficult situations because we all know, this phrase that I'm going to say is difficult. When we are negotiating with them, who's them and who's we? Because when we are negotiating with them, we all know about their structure of command, if the people we are talking with are the right people in terms of having the possibility of making decisions and putting a stop to violence and so on. So we have doubts about who they are. But can we make our own decisions in terms of also putting an end to violence and doing the transformations that we are committing to, for example, in the 2016 agreement in Colombia. So we see a lot of issues of fragmentation. We see more factions. We see more difficulties in terms of actors being able to mobilize other actors and resources for putting end to violence, negative peace, and making the transformations associated to positive peace. So that, I would say, that's the second important trend that has been mentioned so far, and I totally subscribe to. But my major concern is the lack of a coherent paradigm to understand those and other elements that are happening right now. And with that, I mean that we are still attached, and in the previous panel we heard that, we are still attached to the ripeness paradigm and how the conditions that we have insisted so much on, like the mutually hurting stalemate and the mutually perceived way out, open the possibility to a negotiation and actually, according to some people, guarantee some kind of path in those negotiations. And that, to me, is very problematic. So today we have contexts that are completely different to what we saw in the past. So we can say that ripeness theory had some explanatory power in the 1990s, perhaps a little bit in the early 2000s. But now we have, as we said, a lot of fractionalization. We have a permanent changing context. We have multiple issues. Somebody mentioned today before the intersectionality of different groups. So we have so many variables that we cannot say that parties are negotiating because they have a mutually hurting stalemate. And in many negotiations we have seen so far, we see today, there is no mutually hurting stalemate, there is no mutually perceived way out, and people are negotiating. I would say that it's a mistake to judge the possibility of an agreement or actually reaching an agreement because we had those conditions in the past. Or, contrarily, we cannot say that we are not able to move forward in a negotiation because we don't have those conditions. I would say that we are putting, as social scientists, a lot of emphasis on the structural aspects of the different conflicts that we are seeing, how powerful the groups are, how internally organized they are, and we are missing the attention that is due to the actual negotiation. And we have, this connects to what you were saying towards the end in the case of Ukraine. We have to think again about what a negotiation is and the role of a negotiation not to ratify the conditions in the battleground, but to transform the relationship between the parties. And those are two completely different things. In war, we know our identities, we know our priorities, we know that we are adversaries and that I want to destroy the other side and they want to destroy me. That's more or less the logic of war, as hard as it sounds. In negotiation, we have to be able to overcome those identities and those interests. That doesn't mean that we are going to be friends at the end. Maybe yes, but that's not very important. That means that we can identify common interests for which the different parties are going to work. And that happens with the negotiation. Somebody before mentioned, for example, the need of having trust for going to a negotiation. And I would say, no, you go to a negotiation and in the negotiation, you build trust. Because if we build trust to talk to our enemies, that's never going to happen. Or that's very difficult to happen. So we go to a negotiation, of course, we design the process. I'm going to talk about that later. And then we can allow the negotiation to transform the people who are engaged in the talks. So connecting to something that was mentioned this morning, more attention to agency in relation to structure. Structure is important, of course, don't get me wrong. I think structure is important. So we need the interaction between structure and agency for designing our negotiations. And that word that I have used 2 times, design, I think is the key to link the analysis of the conflict that we make and the negotiations, those unknown spaces into which we are jumping, to create the conditions that allow a transformation of the relationship between the parties. I would say, just closing this short intervention, that besides the real problems that we are seeing in the world that have been mentioned, one of the key challenges that we have is that we don't have the right paradigms for understanding those challenges, those conflicts that we are seeing today. And to me, and some colleagues, moving away from ripeness theory and introducing more elements of complexity that we can discuss later on, we can go in the direction of having better tools for addressing those challenges. That would be my first round.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much for really bringing forth so much evidence and analysis to this important question. I will be reflecting on this question from work that we've been doing in Nigeria on local peace building institutions in the country and the work they do on mediation. The lessons that we learn in relation to efforts by local institutions to build peace in conflict contexts in Nigeria. Why is this important? I mean, we've reflected on the international environment and also key examples from places like Colombia. But I want to draw your attention to the fact that 95% of all communal conflicts occur in context of civil wars across the world. And communal violence continues even when civil wars come to an end. Also, we also see that in Africa, while we reflect a lot about the Sahel, as many colleagues here will mention, we also see an established conflict belt that connects the Equatorial to the Sahel, from Somalia on Ethiopia. Almost 1 million people died in Ethiopia within the space of 6 months. So, let's be generous, a space of 1 year, 1 million people die in active conflict. This is a serious conflict. And then if you move down, you go to Chad, Central African Republic, we see a form of disintegration happening around that belt. And while these conflicts are framed, Sudan is in our face, and Bustelo mentions the issue of which conflicts are important and which ones are not. But you see these regions that people are dying. In Sudan, much more people have died recently from war. But also within this context of conflict, in Congo, you can mention, I can go on. Within this context of conflicts are ongoing communal violence that, while we look at the overarching civil war context, that these conflicts may continue across beyond even when civil war comes to an end. So when you're negotiating and the mediators come into play and without paying attention to these layers of conflict and focus on the big peace agreements and the major actors of conflict coming to sign peace agreements or to come to the table, and do not pay attention to these other layers that actually account for more fatality in the conflict than the overarching major narrative of the conflict. This is important, and that this is one of the key challenges that I think from our research and our work, and I'll give you a few examples before I pass on the microphone. In Nigeria, we conducted a research on local peace building institutions, and 70% of the work done by local peace building institutions is on mediation, bringing parties together to talk about peace, bringing parties together to the table. And the key challenge that when mediation fails, or why do people fail or refuse to go into the mediation, it's the lack of definitive accountability mechanisms for mediators. How do we hold mediators or intervening actors accountable if mediation fails as a result of the character or the actions of one party to the conflict, or even in this case, the neutral party, the supposedly neutral party mediators? So this is why many actors in these conflicts, communal conflicts that account for a significant number of mortality in context of conflicts in the region, are resistant or are slow to participating in mediation processes. Or this is why their participation in peace processes in terms of building trust. I agree with you to an extent, Ravello, that we do not need to have trust before we get to the table, but we need build trust from the table. The question, therefore, if there are no accountability mechanisms to build trust, so before we get to the point of trust, we need to build accountability mechanisms. That is what we found from our research. It's the lack of accountability mechanisms. And of course, we can draw lessons from these issues to more global conflicts like what we have in Russia and Ukraine, in different parts of the world, that the lack of accountability mechanisms, the frameworks for people, for conflict actors to engage in negotiations, knowing that where parties fail or where parties do not keep to agreement that there are consequences, or that there could be consequences. And without this framework, we see from the work that local peace building institutions do in Nigeria, that without these frameworks, it is difficult to get parties to the table. Because when we ask in our research, why are you not, they have invited you for a peace dialogue. Why are you not coming? And the question is, while I'm in a peace meeting, they could be raiding my village. Who will be held accountable? And to what extent can the mediator, in this case the peace building institutions, guarantee a framework, a guarantee that when we say we have a ceasefire, we have a ceasefire? This is because these forms of conflict are not state, they are not state actors. These are not state actors that have certain legal obligations. No, these are communal armed groups, non-state actors that are mainly acting beyond international humanitarian law or even national laws on violence and conflict. Therefore, develop peace mediation, and any mediation in general, needs to develop strong frameworks and norms that can be used to engage with non-state actors who are in conflict. Knowing fully well that non-state actors, clearly from the evidence, non-state actors in context of communal violence, even in context of civil wars, non-state actors begin to form key strongholds that continue or sustain violence in context of conflict. So I will leave with this point that the key challenge we have seen from our work is the lack of accountability frameworks in mediation processes.
Wonderful, thank you very much. So we got indeed challenges at a global, structural, local structural, and even theoretical levels. Now, what kind of innovative practices can we actually imagine for the field of peace mediation going forward? And Julian, you will start this. And may I just remind you that there are 3 minutes, please, because otherwise, for all of you, just so that we get time for the last session.
Yeah, so I want to start, for talking about the practices that we can take into account, I want to start by mentioning 2 problems that we have to overcome. And I would say that those 2 problems are being overambitious and looking for quick solutions. That would be my response to the innovative practices. So it's the negation of that. Being realistic and being gradual. Realistic means, on the one hand, understanding that peacemaking is a long-term enterprise and that we cannot change the hatred, we cannot change the violence, we cannot change all of those things that have happened for decades all of a sudden. So we need to be realistic in understanding that peace takes time. Those overambitious solutions, well, we have seen examples of the bad consequences in Rwanda, South Sudan, or even in Colombia, now when we are dealing with the difficulties associated to the implementation of the agreements. So that's one element that I would emphasize. And just to be very quick, the second one is gradualism. So this idea of quick solutions and those big transformations all of a sudden. So I would say that being able, during lunch we were discussing with somebody, being able to do small things, but realities that we can use as examples to our actors, to our groups, to the international community, that things can happen, even if they are small, and then we can copy in other contexts, is what I mean with gradual changes. So it doesn't mean only achieving negative peace and forgetting about the transformations associated to positive peace. It means bringing negative and positive peace in some regions, in some areas that we can, as I said, copy and adapt in other spaces. That also means, related to your comment on communal violence and the lack of accountability mechanisms, that means also creating those accountability mechanisms as part of those processes of negotiations, again, without thinking about this huge transformation. I'm going to cite a couple of people. Thomas Schelling and Robert Axelrod, long time ago, mentioned the importance of gradualism in different processes and how we can adapt this for peacemaking. I do believe that taking into account those approaches of gradual solutions and progressively achieve bigger outcomes is something that we can use. I wouldn't say that it's completely innovative, but it's something that we have forgotten for our interest in having, as I said at the beginning, quicker solutions and overambitious solutions.
Thank you, Julian. And I will say that really one solution, one thing we need to reflect on is proliferating the space of peace mediation. What do I mean? It's, in my view, and from the evidence that we've seen, especially in context of communal violence, and I think this will be a shocker, we don't think conflict actors need to talk to each other. It is my view, and from the evidence that I've seen, that what we need is to get peace actors to talk. These peace actors that represent identities of conflict actors, proliferating them. And this will be in the form of more multi-track diplomacy. It's engaging more actors who are peace mediating actors to speak, knowing fully well that we create more nodes of peace. What I mean, nodes of peace. We create more peace nodes within a conflict context. So when we have a proliferation of actors, conflict actors, we also need to create several peace actors who are then able to connect to conflict actors within their spaces and converge as peace actors in one space, therefore proliferating and developing the capital, the ideas that will be used to engage conflict actors gradually. The idea is that, from what we've seen in communal violence, that due to the lack of trust, conflict actors are a lack of trust and lack of accountability. Conflict actors are hesitant to come to the table. Therefore, we create a community, create a network of peace actors that are able to individually engage and influence conflict actors necessarily. So the point is, peace actors need to negotiate peace and domesticate this within their conflict spaces, within their communities. That, in my view, will be very powerful in responding to this kind of heterogeneous conflict that we're dealing with at the communal level. But of course, this may not apply for much more state civil war or state violence. But dealing with this form of conflict that leads to significant mortality rates in conflict context requires really a network approach and not just two-level actor, but much like a much more proliferated approach that brings more people together. Thank you.
Thank you. I think I will take some of the ideas already expressed, but I will propose as an innovative practices, and I know that it shouldn't be an innovation per se, but use this fragmentation in conflicts, fragmentation in actors, fragmentation in mediation as an opportunity for change. Because we are seeing conflicts more fragmented and more atomized. We can see countries where there are many armed conflicts simultaneously at different levels in different regions with different actors, some of them political, some of them communal. So we have different levels and types of conflict in the same geographic space. But we can see also that in mediation we have, of course, we have the United Nations, we have the multilateral regional institutions, we have the small democracies, Norway and Switzerland, but we have the new actors like Qatar or Turkey, and we have South Africa, and we have China with an increasing, discrete but increasing role in mediation. We have the private actors, and we have, not to forget, because they are very important and often, almost forgiven, the insider mediators, a critical and not adequately protected figure. So it might be, so mediation no longer belongs to us as Western mediators, or no longer belongs to a single actor. There are many actors in mediation. So perhaps we could propose to work with, if not in coordination, at least with more coherence between our different areas of work. In mediation, we sometimes ask one question when we are planning for an activity. What do you think? Should this be discrete secret or confidential? I mean, we tend to hide information. We need to, because confidentiality and the security of information is critical for the work we do. But at the same time, sometimes it does mean that there are many mediators in one space and nobody knows what the others are doing. So perhaps exploring how to work together, how to work more coordinated, accompany the conflict analysis with a good mediation analysis would be a good first step, perhaps, and increase our possibilities for success. And I need to refer to what Christine Bell from the University of Edinburgh calls multi-mediation. If we have many conflicts and actors and many mediators in one single space, but probably, she says, a good conflict analysis will tell you that there is no way that we can reach now a total and comprehensive peace agreement for this conflict. Perhaps, she says, those third parties, diplomats, regional organizations, private mediators can work whenever they can to help solve local conflict, to help de-escalate violence between two or more actors, to undertaking community-level actions. If there is a possibility all the way up to providing constitutional advice, but she proposes that this is not a patchwork of uncoordinated actions, but a way of looking at it that all those actions are part of an iterative process, incremental process that increases the opportunities in the long term of putting together or putting on the table an agenda for peace, instead of simply doing something is better than doing nothing. But of course it is. But multi-mediation means thinking of those different elements, initiatives to reduce violence, initiatives to exchange prisoners, initiatives to protect civilians, etc., as different things that can incrementally add to those possibilities of creating trust in a society and walking slowly towards peace. And since it is difficult to show long-range and ambitious results with this type of strategy, that probably is the only one available in many contexts, I think that we have a hard work to do in convincing the donors that this context is demanding and the support should be long-term. I will leave it here.
Yes, the money. Someone said it. And Mabel, as an independent consultant, I really appreciate all your frank points. But all of it. So just a very last round then, before we prepare your questions meanwhile, and that's a quick take on that. Sort of coming back a little bit to this kind of question about the future somehow, or, where the future is not quite cancelled, but we are not really in a moment, right, where there is this clear thinking, clear ideology somehow that lays a pathways for a particular future. So the question is how to balance this from a peace mediation point of view, the kind of short-term conflict management and long-term conflict resolution, very quite, practical in the mediation space. So that's the final round. And indeed, Tarila goes first.
Thank you very much. This is a very good question, but also reflects what many people in this room are thinking about. So what do we do? International actors in Europe, North America, and all over the world do have a role to play in peace mediation in conflict context, even beyond this European spaces. I mean, it is international actors are legitimate actors in peace building in Africa, in Latin America. We think, and they have a role, a mediation role. But peace building, long-term peace building, can only be sustained by local actors because they live this reality. It is their everyday life, and they have to sustain it It is the job of the local governments and local institutions to sustain, to maintain a peaceful society for their people and for themselves. Therefore, peace mediation, thinking both short-term and long-term, requires to start a process. Peace mediation should focus on starting the process of negotiation, starting the process of dialogue, and building the capacity of local institutions to sustain dialogue, peace dialogue, for long term. This means that peace mediation, peace building in general, should not only focus on strengthening or bringing institutions to the table, but focus on strengthening, committing resources to strengthening the capacity of these institutions and actors locally to sustain this dialogue in forms of governance, democratic governance, or whatever form of governance that they choose democratically, and in form of education, strengthening and reforming, transforming the curriculum, social curriculum of the society, in forms of civil society, strengthening the civil society to be democratic and participate democratically, in forms of building social cohesion and social equality between genders, different genders, and different identities. In so doing, we are not only mediating peace, mediating in conflict, but also giving agency back to the actors that are affected by conflict to determine their future. In summary, people affected by conflict need to determine their future by themselves. We need to facilitate that from Europe. I am in Nigeria and I live in the Netherlands. And every day I sit and watch the Dutch news and see a Dutch contribution, international contribution to, it seems very interesting. And I discuss this with my Dutch colleagues about what the Netherlands is doing here and there. But I emphasize that it is the people in those countries that are affected by conflict that needs to sustain whatever investment that we put in those countries. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Well, yes, I think that we, in this situation, how can we balance long-term conflict resolution and short-term conflict management? Perhaps we will find many situations in which only short-term conflict management solutions are possible. But I think that we should keep in mind those old principles of peace building, so that they contribute, those short-term efforts contribute to create capacity within a given society to participate in the pursuit of lasting peace. And they are local ownership, because if societies don't feel the owners of the process, the process will not be successful. And then the second, which is perhaps more difficult to spell, but as external, as third parties, we don't have the solutions to the conflicts. I mean, we can promote the creation of spaces where the parties can have initial conversations, where trust can be created over time, but the people who live through the conflict, who suffer from the conflict, and who will find eventually the solutions to the conflict will be them. So humility first. I think it's something that we should keep in mind. And I think that this connection of the short term and the long term connects with the multimediation thing I mentioned in my previous response. But I think that there is another thing that I want to say, because I think it's relevant. And I think that we, the Western mediators, of course, we have our baggage, and it's okay to have the baggage. But I would return to the concept of humility, because there are others in the field of mediation, there are emerging actors in the field of mediation. I don't think we should dispel their efforts for the fact of not being us or not coming from the same political or philosophical traditions. I think that we have to accept that the world is changing, and that there is a plurality of actors wanting to influence and trying to influence, and I wouldn't dispel those efforts. Perhaps in some contexts, those mediators without this baggage of the liberal peace will be better accepted than us, but we must know them, we must cooperate with them, we must engage each other, because we are all pursuing the same ends, which is putting an end to wars, and if possible, or reducing the worst effects of violence, and then creating the conditions for a peace process that hopefully allows for a sustainable peace. So I think that we as mediators have to know the world as it is, and know as it was, or as it we were used to. Sorry, that's it. Thank you.
So I had prepared this same answer of my colleagues, Tarila and Mabel, so I am not going to repeat that. Ownership is very important, because that's what I had prepared. So while I was listening to you, I was saying, okay, what I'm going to say now. So yeah, it's ownership, and in order not to repeat, I'm going to give you an example of this. It was September or August 2021. We were in the middle of the pandemic. I was in Bogota, and after many months of lockdown, an ambassador, I'm not going to say from what country, what European country, invited us to their house to a celebration that we were to some extent overcoming the pandemic or something like that. And there were people from different sectors, all different sectors of the society, all of them to some extent working for peace. And I remember I was in a cocktail talking to different people, and I was talking to a magistrate of the Constitutional Court. And in the conversation, he said, well, these 3 years after the new government came, a government that was against the implementation of the agreements in Colombia, it was thanks to us, the Constitutional Court, that the agreement has survived, because we have had a very difficult time with the government, and it's only because of the rulings of the Constitutional Court that we have led that the agreement has survived. And I was, oh, congratulations, I'm very happy that you... So I was very happy with that conversation. Then I moved to somewhere else, like in a cocktail party, and I was talking to some people, of course, of the international community. And then I was talking to them, and they said, it was only because of the pressure of the international community that the agreement has survived, because we have had a very difficult time with this government here that is not interested in implementing the agreements. Then I went to talk to somebody from civil society organizations, and it was thanks to us that the agreement has survived, because we have had a very difficult time with the government, and the same with the private sector, and the same with many other different actors. So we were all in that party celebrating that it was thanks to each of us, and at the same time, all of us, that the agreement survived the presence of a government who was against the implementation of those agreements. And that's what my two colleagues were saying, ownership of the agreement, how you make people feel, believe, and actually in real terms, not only in the idea that they are doing it, but in real terms, feel that it's thanks to them that the agreement can survive, that peace is possible in the different societies in which we are working. So I don't have anything to add, it was just an example.
Okay, wonderful. Thank you so very much. This was excellent rounds getting us started and setting out some actual proposals, right? One thing is diagnosing, another thing is actually daring to put some colors to alternative pathways. So opening up for questions from all of you. So we'll have a first round, someone with the microphone, lady in the red in the front.
Thank you. Hello, I'm Victoria. I'm from American University of Rome. And I want to ask you, you mentioned that now negotiation process in Ukraine is stopped. It's only focused only on military victory, basically. But I want to mention that in Ukraine we already had experienced Minsk agreements before with Russia, and you know the result now, the full-scale invasion. And also Ukraine signed Budapest Memorandum earlier with the UK, the US and Russia as well. And now we also know we received the full-scale invasion. Also, I understand your criticism that some consider Ukraine as an important conflict and the others are less important. But in fact, Ukraine also didn't receive much attention to the occupation of the Crimea, occupation of the Donbass in 2014. And even although the sanctions were implemented, but they were very ineffective. In fact, now, unfortunately, after 2 years of full-scale invasion and after the atrocities in Gaza, we received less and less media coverage of the current war in Ukraine. So that's the big issue. So I wanted to ask you to regain this credibility for the negotiation process between Russia and Ukraine, and whether it's like possible, for example, and in what way you think it is possible. And also issue with the UN system and Security Council. Russia is a permanent member of the Security Council, and it is violating international law, commits war crimes, crimes against humanity. And so what is the future of the UN system and Security Council particularly?
Yes. Other questions? Okay, front row here. We take a few. The two there, and then we take the four. Yeah. Oh, sorry.
Thank you very much. Giovanni Scotto, University of Florence, and co-founder of the Italian Initiative on International Mediation, a loose network of colleagues, professionals, friends who try to foster this idea in our country. I have a very specific question. Thank you very much for the big one. I have a very modest one, and it is whether you see some space for municipalities, local governments, city councils, regional governments as mediation actors, a little bit in the sense, as some of you said, of increasing the complexity in the field. Is there some space for them? Thanks.
Thank you. Yeah, I would like to go back a bit to the concept of comprehensive peace agreement, and has been exposed by the various panelists. Mabel also mentioned that explicitly. Are we still in a time that we should keep these as the main objectives, you know, when trying to negotiating a peace? Is that the old-fashioned comprehensive peace agreement what we should be striving for? I probably still come from that tradition. I thought, yes, because to be a long-lasting, just peace, you have to have all the pieces of the puzzle in place. And please do not forget anything, because the moment you forget somebody or some issue, it will come back and hit you very hard. At the same time, we are hearing that you know, there is fragmentation everywhere. So I would like to hear your opinion on this. I mean, are we looking? Is there a way forward in terms of like dividing, you know, these peace processes in various pieces? I mean, I've heard that, for example, the approach to a society should still be comprehensive, I believe, you know, building peace from within a society, I still believe should be a comprehensive kind of approach. But in terms of the technicality of mediation, are you thinking also in terms of indeed not only combining different mediation actors, but also combining different pieces of a peace process of mediation? Is this something that we probably would be looking to in a certain sense? Or I don't know if it's clear the idea, but it's you know, it follows a bit on the line of multi-mediation that Mabel was saying, and again, this objective of a comprehensive peace agreement is still actually feasible in many instances. Thank you.
Thank you very much for the very informative session. Mine is very short for Mr. Ebidie. You have mentioned something about the conflict actors and the peace actors. Considering that in our continent we have so many conflicts, especially at communal level, the way you have mentioned. I just want you to give an example of how this would work, especially because when you want conflict to be resolved, you want the people that are involved to be able to take ownership in the end. Thanks.
Let's have a round of answers, or maybe you pick 2 each, or sort of you don't have to answer all of them, of course. Tadila, would you like to start?
Yeah, I will just respond to the question that is directed at me. Actually, it also speaks briefly to the issue of CPA. In my view and my work, I always emphasize on the need for imagination, that we need to be more imaginative if we want to build peace. And this requires designing peace processes that may not seem self-evident, but it's actually peace process. I will give you a practical example. In a society, you have many, in conflict societies and even in peaceful societies, you have many social structures. And in these social structures are also spheres of influence, opportunity for power, contestation. And you will be surprised that one thing we find is that even in these spheres of influence that is duplicated across society, that in conflict context, you have peace actors and conflict actors sharing the same spaces. I'll give you a practical example. For example, in religious societies, they belong to the same sects, the same churches, the same religious groups, but they are in the broader society, they pursue different goals. Some conflict goals, some peace goals. So duplicating the peace actors across these different social structures allows you to reach conflict actors that belong or are embedded in these other social structures, fraternities, as you suppose, sometimes even political groups. Some also share, for example, alumni background together. I'll give you a practical example. I am from the Niger Delta. This is a very personal example. I am from the Niger Delta in Nigeria, where armed militants fought for more than 5 years against multinational oil companies and the Nigerian government. In this context, I was born there. I was born in Port Harcourt, raised there, went to universities there. And the boys that joined militant groups were people from my class, in my own class. I was conducting research on peace building. So a few years ago, there was an opportunity to convene a dialogue on peace in the Delta. And what happened, I was invited to convene. It was very easy for me to call people who are historically the same background as me, like they went to the same schools as I did. We know them, but they have been in the bush. And we reached out to them and said, look, this is a dialogue sponsored by the EU in Nigeria. We need you here to share your views on how to build peace. That is how we got them on board, through our very informal networks of but this is a particular example of my story. But again, these kind of stories exist. We need to really understand society as a structure of different layers and people belonging, sharing these spaces with actors that do not necessarily share the same trajectory as them, and find a way to design this process and reach out to people who we cannot reach directly, and conveying them in that way. You see what I mean? And I think that with that, being flexible and understanding society will allow us to achieve that. So.
I want to address the comprehensive peace agreements question. And I believe that having fragmentation doesn't mean renouncing to the possibility of going for comprehensive peace agreements, number one, but it does mean changing the approach in which we look for those comprehensive peace agreements. Again, I'm going to tell an example. In the ELN negotiations, when we were in the middle of the discussions, the table was not moving forward. We were not making any progress as we had done in the case of FARC. The negotiation was completely different, and some of us were insistent all the time in going to the territories, talking to the communities, going out of the table. It doesn't mean abandoning the table, but going out, doing different things, and then come back to the table with more ideas, with more feeling of what was happening, understanding the different internal dynamics of this armed group. And that was something very difficult to achieve in that negotiation. At the same time, the ELN is famous for having an issue of internal fragmentation. And then there were two different approaches in our government delegation. One was, well, they need to be coherent so they can talk to us. And some of us were saying, well, they are not coherent, so we have to change our strategy. So the question is how you adapt to the realities of the conflict, even if you want to pursue comprehensive peace agreements. So we are not, as they mentioned before, we are not in the situation of 20 or 30 years ago that we could expect this armed group organization, delegation, completely coherent, following instructions. That's not the case. That doesn't mean that we cannot pursue those aims, but we have to adopt a different approach.
Thank you. Yes, I think that in Ukraine, some of the trends and the worrying trends that we see in the international system and international relations coalesce, like the geopolitical contestation and the participation, I mean, the use of some countries almost as proxy wars, the deregulation of the use of force, the opposition to negotiations as a matter of principle or as a matter of geopolitical contestation. I said before that, of course, the victims of the conflict in Ukraine deserve all of the attention that they can get. The only thing I say is that the victims of the other conflicts, 50 conflicts going on worldwide, deserve equal attention. And that's something that rarely happens. When you, as the US or the European Union, since I am an independent consultant, I can say almost everything, ask countries in Africa, in Latin America, in the Middle East, etc., to sanction Russia because of the invasion of Ukraine. Many of them, they raise the question, well, who sanctioned the US with the invasion of Iraq? I mean, this is the matter of double standards, which increase the skeptical views towards solutions, and that increase distrust in the international regulations that should help all us navigate a more peaceful world. It's not Ukraine guilt. That belongs to others, if I make myself understood. And with regards to municipalities and local councils, well, I think we can imagine a role. In a study that I conducted about what states have developed more, have more developed systems for mediation and mediation support, I found that in some of them, the typical cases, Norway, Switzerland, but also Germany, etc., they have created a type of hybrid systems in which the Ministry of Foreign Affairs plays a role, but there is also a role more or less formalized, more or less for civil society. So it's a hybrid between and cooperation between state institutions and civil society, comprising institutions devoted to mediation and some universities that involved in research and others that work in projects for peace building, etc. It's not hard to imagine to me that there might be an institutionalized form for city councils or regions to participate in a system of this type. But of course, I mean, I don't have the scheme, but the most developed systems I have found rely on a combination of institutions and civil society and using the best of the capacities that exist in a given society. That's the case of Switzerland, I think. And I mean, that's the attempt at least. And I think that is the attempt in Norway as well. And in others, in some others. I don't know if I answered.
Okay. So we've been graced with a few more minutes because we started a little late, correct? So we'll take just 2 more questions, okay? In the middle here, thank you.
Thank you so much. Between hungry for victory mentality, the fragmentation, and the strategic or structural realism. We can indeed can observe nowadays that obsessive insistence on victory and the willingness to focus on the nuclear reality in which this victory is being supposed to or expected. Should we give more focus to the link between the dynamics between territorial integrity and body integrity, very specifically to the problem of Ukraine with the manpower, with the so-called draft dodging. Ukraine is very much determined to mobilize. We are not even eager at the official in the official fora to discuss the problems of the refusal of Ukrainian men to fight for the territory. So what's the dynamics in the international law? What's the dynamics, or what attention should it receive, the dynamics between territorial integrity and the body integrity of people who are being currently forced to fight for the lost territory in the nuclear reality?
Okay, final question.
Thank you. What do you think about the proposal advanced by the President von der Leyen and also by many other politicians to nominate for the first time a commissioner for defense? Do you think that it would be, I mean, it's time to put pressure also, each of us, on our government to explore a concept of security, a more integrated security? So not a defense commission, but a security commission in which mediation is part of. Considering the fact that the global threat that exert a pressure on Europe itself have to do not with war. The wars are the answer. But the major threat has to do with natural resources, migration, economic development. So we need a more integrated security concept. And I think we could be ready to drop the war peace and propose mediation as a more enlarged concept, because peace mediation has to do with all these sector. I mean, to facilitate dialogues, but not only on rights, to facilitate dialogues on development, social development, on processes that have to do with all these factors. So I think if we want to have recognition, if we want to have funds, if we want to really facilitate resolution of conflicts, we need to go to the roots and maybe change the paradigm, as you said. We need to change something big, the paradigm itself. So mediation has a very large, broad concept where peace is the light at the bottom, but is more integrated with the process having to do with all the factor at the bottom of a conflict, and security as an integrated security where defense is part of. But I think we shouldn't miss this opportunity.
So final round, you can address perhaps one of those or both if you like, very quickly.
Well, I'm going to answer this last question. I totally agree with that. I don't want to use the international arena for answering this question, but more local contexts. The agendas, for example, in countries like mine, in Colombia, of peace and security have been discussed that should be integrated. So it's not that the security agenda or the defense agenda is responsibility of the Minister of Defense, and then we have an office responsible for topics of peace, but how you integrate both things, because you have to combine, you have to be able to transform the possibilities of negative peace into positive peace. So you have to come with proposals, you have to come with transformations that allow people to see a different life that they have seen historically. So yes, they should be integrated. So it's not only a matter of defense, but also how you incorporate the possibilities of transformation through mediation, but also through, associated to that, through the transformations that the real transformations that you can bring to the communities affected by conflicts.
Thank you very much. I will just actually refer back to the question on cities and then piggyback to the question about the Commissioner for Security. On cities, what role do cities have to play? I will basically draw. Cities have played a dominant role in the migration debate. Cities have been critical in shaping and welcoming migrants. And I think that cities can also play a role in mediation. Wow, through learning. So many people affected by conflicts go in cities. And of course, city governments are often provide for people, refugees coming from conflict zone. And cities should actually go into partnerships with universities in the cities, develop platforms for learning exchange, learning from migrants, from refugees who are coming from conflict contexts, translating this knowledge into contextual materials or policy instruments that can be used for transforming conflicts in places where refugees are coming from. And these cities are well positioned to do this because they are directly providing for these refugees and therefore could tap into this knowledge network that exists in that context. It's a lot of work, but with good imagination, planning and funding, I think the cities can be much more prominent. I believe in cities because cities are the bedrock of the nation state. Okay. And then finally, it's very important I say this about the issue of Europe and peace and security. This is my personal opinion. And I think Europe needs to say, Europe needs to act on the global scene based on its professed values. The European Union, the founding of the European Union is based on values. Therefore, Europe needs to decide what it wants to be in reflection, while thinking about not just in response to the prevailing threats, but its future. Therefore, the push towards a geopolitical Europe, as it's said, I do not completely disagree with it, but it needs to be careful on how it constructs this part, because it is basically constructing the future of Europe. It's not only positioning itself in the world, but this is the future of Europe that we are talking about. I may not be the best person to say this, but I live in Europe and I've seen it change in the last 11 years. And Europe needs to think carefully, not just respond to Russia or to politics in the US, but Europe is a reflection of, the European Union is constructed out of careful thoughts by its founding fathers. Therefore, the leaders of today also need to think carefully and not act just on every issues of today. That's what I have to say. It's not whether to become more, choose a commissioner for security or for peace or mediation, but really what does Europe really want to be in the world? And then go with that. If it wants to be a geopolitical actor, then it needs to do something about its values. Thank you very much.
I do agree the European Union is based on values, but it was constructed on joint work between the different parties, the different countries. So this is the kind of transformations that I was mentioning. It's not only values are important, but also the possibility of achieving real change, real transformations in our communities.
Thank you. We can talk more about that.
Mabel, take it away for the last minutes.
30 seconds. Well, I think that connecting with your question, I think that the Ukraine war, which is a total war with territorial integrity in play, etc., shows us the real nature of war as a zero-sum game where, everything demands total mobilization, total commitment by the population, and there is no place for the doubtful. There is no place for those who advocate for different approaches, etc. That's why, building peace or mediating or making peace is based precisely on the contrary, on trying to create the space where the parties can look at each other at the face first. And then start slowly building trust and see if that leads us to a place where things are better. So to say, this is a simplification, of course, but so that's why I think that we should do, of course, we should do our work very well and do great process design and think thoroughly about potential architecture of a peace process or multiple peace processes or multi-mediation. But I think that our first task is to remind the rest of people of the value of trying to make peace and trying different approaches. And I will connect with your question. I won't go into, I am not an expert on the European constructions, but I think that whether you create this or that commission, or whether you call it defense or security or peace, etc., connects with your values and connect with your vision of your role in the world. So I think that you must think before that, because the biggest international threats that we are facing today and that connect with a lot of the conflicts that we see worldwide are climate change, hunger and famine, and a lot of problems that don't have military solutions. We cannot put military solutions. And it was already in 1994 when the UNDP developed the concept of human security. So there are different types of security. Security is not so charged in terms of linguistics, in terms of the language. So it allows for more open approaches. But this is my last comment. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you so very much for this lively session, unpacking, really getting into the complexities of things and daring to, look into the crystal ball. So thank you very much. So before going on coffee break now, we are not having a coffee break. What? Before going straight to the next panel, join me in a round of applause, please. Thank you.
So thank you to the speakers, and thank you to all the speakers we have had today for generously sharing their ideas and expertise. We will now be moving to final remarks. So I kindly invite, Moving to final remarks, I kindly invite two members of AP's Advisory Council, Bert Koenders and Donata Garazzi, and AP's Director, Michał Silvestro Susterzik. Yeah.
We have 1 second.
For like a TV. To change a bit the framework.
Yeah.
Ce l'ho? Lo faccio foto.
Apriamo, usiamo questa che c'è aperta.
Yeah, we got it. You?
So we welcome two AP Council members, Bert Kunders and Donata Garazi here for their final remarks, and AP Director Mikhail Silvestros Ustasic. And we also welcome the participation of three groups that have followed the conference today and will be presenting their own questions to guide our final remarks. So to begin with, could we hear from the Italian Initiative on International Mediation? The International Initiative on, the Italian Initiative on International Mediation.
Thank you. Nice to meet you. Simone Ceresa, co-founder of the Italian Initiative on International Mediation. I had a question regarding an actor that has not been mentioned today. We've been talking about the complexity, the changing landscape in the peace world on the global setting, but we have never mentioned the private sector. So in the actual moment in the international relation, it seems that today the private sector contributes exclusively or much more to the creation of problems rather than to the finding the solutions. And I was wondering if you, through your experience of both in working politically and with the private sector, could give us an idea about how to engage the private sector constructively, and maybe telling us where there are positive cases of private sector being also part of the solution. Thanks a lot.
And next, we'll take a comment and question from the students of the American University of Rome.
Hello, everyone. Thank you so much for having us here. Anastasia from American University of Rome. And my question is mostly about the identities that were mentioned during the last session. We were talking about the importance of identities in the conflicts and how they should be changed in order to start the negotiation process and in order to start the peace building process. Do you think it's possible to change the socio-psychological identities? And if it is, what are the first steps that we can take to start changing those identities? Thank you.
Thank you. And lastly, we will take a question from the Johns Hopkins University students and volunteers of the forum.
Okay, thank you. I'm Eleonora, represent both the volunteers and John Hopkins. Something we all agreed was that in these 2 days we learned that peace doesn't have a single face. And creativity is key to bring peace in the world. And as young practitioners, we wonder how we can bring at the macro level or the international level peace, starting from the education of peace. We have seen yesterday in the theater how important it is to educate to peace. How can we start doing that? How, as young practitioner, can spread the word of peace? Thank you.
Thank you so much. So first of all, I want to thank Dea for having been the maîtresse of ceremony throughout the conference. So thank you so much for having been our guiding voice in presenting all the panels. So I'm very honored to be here with our esteemed members of Agency for Peace Building Advisory Council. So we have Donata Garrati, who is Vice President and Head of Multilateral Engagement and Peace Building at Peace Invest. And we have Bert Koenders, who is the President at the Dutch Advisory Council on Peace and Security, Koopmans Professor at Leiden University, and former Minister of Foreign Affairs and Minister for International Development, as well as former Under-Secretary General of the United Nations. So that's the CV part, and now let's get it a bit informal, since we had our stakeholders, basically colleagues and friends, who raise a set of very interesting questions, which I think will be the preliminary part of a debate that we hope will be followed in a while. Challenging question, I might say. I would start maybe, if you do agree, with a question about the private sector. We have Donata here. So I would start with this one, but of course, then you are more than happy. I mean, I'm very happy if you can share your thoughts as well about other points, and then I will go to Bert.
Brilliant. Thank you so much. And thank you very much for having us here. First, the conversations have been really exciting. And then I see Bert after more than 10 years of us working together on a peace process, well, on an international dialogue on peace building and state building, which was aiming at changing the way peace and stability are supported. The private sector, so I don't know who said that, but we've heard several times you can't eat dialogue, which is true. At the same time, without dialogue, you really can't eat. So that leads me to thinking that the whole idea of dialogue, peace negotiation, peace processes, if it's not matched by investment in peace, on the economics of peace, on creating vibrant economies that can create jobs for the former combatants, for people who are marginalized in rural communities, and so on and so forth. Your great dialogue and your wonderful peace process, even in those rare cases, unfortunately, where it has been successful, is not going to create peace. I think we've seen it over and over. And I dare say that the reason why we see so much conflict going on, besides the big ones, you know, the hotspot of CNN, is because there hasn't been investment. And by investment, I mean private investment going in generating those economies, those incentives that keep people away from fighting. What does that mean? So private sector is everywhere, plus we should spend 2 hours defining private sector, and we won't. But you do have private sector, local private sector, regional private sector, multinationals, more or less everywhere where we work, in the midst of conflict, as well as in countries that are recovering. One big gap is investment. So your private sector needs to have money to grow and to expand and to be more inclusive and to do all the great things that we keep on saying the private sector should do, be conflict sensitive, community engagement, and etc. And very sadly, countries that are affected by conflict don't attract investment. And we know why. Because of the real or perceived, in many instances, risks. So it's very costly for investors to go to even Liberia or Sierra Leone, let alone the DRC, the Democratic Republic of the Congo. So what we need to focus on when we talk about private sector is let's figure out ways to attract investment to support vibrant private sector, young entrepreneurs, companies that are ready to grow, but they can't because they can't access reasonably priced capital. And how do we do that? We need to develop financing instruments and financing vehicles that allow investment
from the big institutional investors that have loads of money, many of whom sits in big developed countries, so that these investors can go, they can invest. Their investment can be de-risked, so they can't say, no, I'm not going to Sierra Leone because it's so expensive. And through investment vehicles that are peace positive, so they have an intention to address peace. They have KPIs, key performance indicators that are linked to peace, so that if I'm an institutional investor in Norway, I'm going to, let me use Sierra Leone because it hasn't been mentioned and it's a post-conflict country. Conflict has ended more than 20 years ago and no one wants to go because it's so risky. I'm an investor in Norway. I have my good peace positive investment and I'm going to Sierra Leone and my capital is protected. I make money, but at the same time, I am investing in an economy of peace. This is what I think is the change in mindset and is also the change in the narrative that we need to promote globally and then in regions and in countries. And let me just finish by saying, and the private sector and the investment shall not come from the likes of the World Bank or the African Development Bank or the Asian Development, wherever you are. It really needs to come from private sources because it's a completely different business. I'll stop there. And
so this reminds me of something that has been said, don't show me your intention, but show me your budget. It's like, I think it's like summing up. Thank you so much, Donata. Bert, if you want to add something about that, and then we'll maybe look at the other questions as well.
What can I add after this?
No,
Great.
I mean,
no, I can, but
maybe
it's really Donata is very active, I think, in a magnificent program that deals with especially the social contract in conflict countries and how you can support that in very professional ways. Let me just first thank you very much for the invitation. It's wonderful to be with Donata for peace building in Bologna. This is a great institute that is evolving every day. And I'm very glad to be with all these peacemakers here. Let me just say as a small introduction, if I may, and I really enjoyed very much listening to all the different introductions. I think we have to really now, it's almost a cliche, but we live in a world of conflict and might is right, with an enormous complexity that has been depicted here by so many analysts. And the risks of complexity is passivity, because it gets so complex, where do you actually start? I think it's very important that we do that without any naivete. And I think when I listened to many of the interlocutors, let's not use the toolbox that we always used and put it on countries. And I would very much plead for a sort of a pragmatic, no, I would say principled pragmatism. Let's really look at different conflicts. I think the mapping is important, the power relationships are important. There are different answers. And I like to very much see that around the principles. Can I just mention I go immediately to the private sector. One is subsidiarity. You use it in the European Union, it's an awful term, but it doesn't, if you really want to make sure that, you know, peace agreements are transformative, sustainable, it sometimes means that you immediately give the power to local interlocutors, but sometimes you don't. It's also that the international community doesn't have a responsibility. I was last week in Geneva in a very interesting program of peacemaking, believe it or not, on Gaza and Israel. Almost impossible to imagine. The mutual hatred, the orgy of violence, the suffering. And here I found the example very important, including with people from the private sector who were very active on this. We had victims, and there was an Israeli guy who had lost his parents and his sister. There was a guy, a Palestinian who had lost 23 members of his extended family. They were sitting together in a room, not with like-minded people, not with people who had the same view about the problem, including security actors, people who had been responsible. And they started thinking, they said two things about subsidiarity. One is they cannot act without responsibility from Europe and the United States in the region. A responsibility, in my view, that they don't take, including Europe. But there has to be something under there. Top down, in this case, is necessary, but if there is no bottom up of communities that have suffered the most talking to each other. And they are not necessarily, if I may say so, the peaceniks. They're often people who are the spoilers as well. There's much to be said about it. The private sector in all this is, in my view, very much key. And that's why I think Donata's experience is so important in it. I do have to admit, I've worked a little bit for the UN and the World Bank on fragile states and the economy. We were last week, give you a big dilemma. I don't know how to solve it. We were in Qatar. Now, Qatar is a country which is, if I may say so, filthy rich. You have the highest income per capita. People don't work. They have the Indians and the Pakistani work. They have this strategic position. Somebody was calling this morning, and we were thinking through how you could engage on the fact that 50% of the women in Afghanistan don't count. Is there something to be done with the local private sector where women can still work? It's an enormous moral issue here. You're sitting with Qatar. There was somebody from the Taliban. There was the private sector. And there was the idea of not legitimizing a government which is part of massive human rights violations. In my view, the private sector can have an enormous positive and also a negative role. First comes the local private sector. In many countries, that's the key. The second is there are negatives. You go to the last, I'm sorry if I am a former politician, so I dare to speak. The latest relationship between the European Union and Rwanda on raw materials means that more coltan is going to be smuggled out of Colombia via Rwanda, because it's now one of the biggest exports. They don't have it themselves. So here's the whole chain responsibility, ESG and so on, of the government. We can be much stronger in Europe on that. That is contributing to conflict. So let's start with do no harm. But the other side is maybe even more important. Than there, I have nothing to add to what Donata is. In the end, it's not only grief, it's grievance and grief. There is no, I mean, if you go to Guatemala, there's been a peace agreement. Unfortunately, it's not been followed by some of the political parties. But the key problem, which can become the case also in Colombia, is with an absence of the state that the private sector in the end is not going to help create jobs. In Mali, if you don't have the jobs, you're gonna go in human trafficking, you're gonna go in drug trafficking. It's absolutely key that we help in Europe, blending finance, support the private sector in job creation. Sometimes with foreign investment, sometimes with equity capital, and we're stimulating the local private sector. And I think it's awkward that if we talk about co-responsibilizing and different stakeholders, this is not a key one. And without it, you won't solve the problem of poverty. In 2030, you look at the SDGs, all poverty is in, 80%, I shouldn't exaggerate, of all poverty is in fragile states. So that's your first goal, I think.
I'm actually very happy, thank you for raising this point as well, that also this actor that has been maybe didn't mention so much until now only sometimes, but I think it's very important that we also draw attention to this aspect of budgeting, financing, and how we do that in an ethical and wise and effective way. If I may borrow one term you use, the principled pragmatism, I think this partly responds also to the question about identity. So who to engage, how, to what extent. I think it's this principled pragmatism, something that came out in this dilemma between inclusion and effectiveness. Each one of us has their perspective and experience. I think there is a wide difference also in different contexts. So I think that's part of the answer as well about how to actually include and in which ways different type of actors with an intersectional perspective that is highly contextualized. So that's something I borrow because I think it's a bit of a sum up of various topics, various reasoning that has been raised throughout the different panels. The tension between, I think we also had a conversation yesterday about a principle and the idealism, but also the pragmatism and realism. But I think that's a big tension, isn't that? A challenging question.
Yeah, but I'm very bad because that's politics. Castro long speech. This is such an enormously difficult question. Don't have the right. I think we should take identity much more serious. Same time, so important. I give you just an example. Small initiative. Try to get endless one of the most. We have to respect each other's identity, you as a Palestinian, Arab, so on and so forth. But in the end, the only question, that session, I mentioned it because it's one of the most difficult. You cannot imagine just about the world. Like, you need a police if somebody kills your own family. You are not in a situation. The only thing is identity, past, you're all human beings. All, in this case, those talking about casualties. You lose time when you have no work. Things like that. Identity. Secondly, colleague is here from Nigeria. He could say much better. I don't know if he's still there. But I was seeing when I worked in Mali, and you see it now, that the fight against jihadism, which by the way is a necessary fight. The problem is, shouldn't you also not talk, have alternatives, and at the same time ensure that the instrumentalization of identity by military players is not reduced. You see now that actually, you know, in this case with the Pearl and the Fulani and others, I will leave the details there, that more and more one side is supported by the government forces of Mali and now also unfortunately the Wagner forces. And on the other side, there is a sort of, if you want to talk about intersectionality, that's not the one you want, between extremist forces and military agents, and also a group who feels actually economically disadvantaged between nomads and herders. Well, and I should now give to Donata because she was working on West Africa. She knows much better than I. We were working on it actually together. But so I am a bit more critical about this identity politics. Take it serious. When we were negotiating with the Tuaregs, by the way, where the women decide in the end. A very interesting thing. We had a peace agreement, we thought, and then the Tuareg group said to us, yeah, but you know, it takes 3 weeks to sign it. And we were all of this school that was, I think, correctly criticized this afternoon. Take a little bit of time. The reason was they had to go home. They were not on the table, which was bad. But the good thing was they were the only ones who in the end could give the yes. And so it is interesting to talk about these identities. Again, they are specific to each situation. And let's make sure that that this is not getting something of a new victim, that it's in the end human rights that play. No double standards with human rights, but understand that's the only thing we have in the end.
Thank you, Bert.
Thank you. Let me just add a few very, very simple thoughts. So fully agree with the whole identity, manipulation, etc. Identity is not the problem. In fact, it's the wealth that we all bring. The problem is the famous 101 of negotiation, the interest versus position business. So the problem there is when we all focus on the position versus the interest. And this is what we're seeing day in, day out, despite the fact that all of us know that that's the wrong way of approaching it. So I would just leave the whole identity and try to look at it as what we all bring to the table and focus on your position, my position, but our interest is what we need to work on. Really, 101 of negotiations. You're more expert than me on that. Who do we bring, don't bring? I don't know if that was part of the question. Everybody, everybody. The negotiations that failed, and there are so many out there, mostly a failure because some groups were excluded. And the examples are so blatant that I don't even know why we keep on doing the mistakes. You know, the Taliban, no, we can't sit with them because of Taliban. Those others, we can't sit with them. But so everybody needs to be sitting at the table. And if it's not possible, then you find ways of doing it. This Tuareg example is fantastic. Okay, if you can't sit at the table, then figure out a way to go and consult. But let's leave all that conversation out, because this is what is preventing us from moving on with peace agreements and then with the implementation of peace agreement.
And to connect with what you said, like we had the Johns Hopkins University and volunteers of the Bologna Peace Building Forum asking about, well, reflecting about how creativity and contextualization are indeed crucial, but also asking for kind of inspirational, I don't know, like what would you say to a young person approaching such a complex context in such a complex time, approaching so much dilemmas? And I mean, what could be your advice for young change makers, young peace builders?
Well, my first answer was I was a student at Johns Hopkins here, and it inspired me to get into this field. So that's number one. And that's a very personal connection. I think this is an absolute great school where people learn different identities, different nationalities, different problems, at least to get a view of the whole. Nobody understands everything. By the way, I think somebody said it today, there is no quick fix for peace. It's an eternal question. And each generation has to create its own path. But my concern now would be and I don't have anything against, by the way, defense budgets or the fact that we protect ourselves or that we send peacekeeping operations. The point is, do we take the same energy in creating peace? It's a very difficult job. We do war gaming, no peace gaming. Should be a class at Johns Hopkins University. In our cities, we had in the Netherlands just recently an enormous issue between local citizens and different generations of the Eritrean diaspora. The Eritrean, this country knows very well. Nobody's really discussing it among each other. They're sort of, we should kick them out of the country, or the different generations, they're even fighting with each other. There is around us, when you talk about cities, there is a dialogue also among ourselves in our cities. The problems of polarization are everywhere. It's often around identity, it's often around class. It's much more complex than is sometimes being said. There is not one big enemy. It is something that, you should make it a mission to work on peace, but always realize it's a struggle. It's not easy. It's complex. You have disappointments. You have blames. I'm part of a generation. I was working in Mali. It's disasters right now. Put many years of my efforts in it, and not my efforts, much more important of many others. But I think this dialogue, even on the issue of Israel-Palestine, I see how people are fearful to talk about it, even in universities, in businesses. Take the courage to discuss it. It is political, yes. You talk to your enemy, yes. It is sometimes difficult and painful. Everybody feels that the world today is a pretty dangerous one. But don't be overwhelmed from complexity to passivity. That's the only advice I have.
Perfect. It allows me to build on what Bert just said. So at 3 level, as young people, I think you can really get together and organize groups, dialogue groups, reach out to the other communities and become peace builders in your neighborhood, in your school, in your university campus. I was at a meeting a few weeks ago organized by the Swiss government, and they had very big names talking, and then they had a ceremony where they were giving awards to young leaders for peace. So they had in each canton, they had teams of young people who have been working together, creating organizations for peace. And they were like 18, 15, 14 years old, youngsters. On the stage where minister or so-and-so were speaking 2 minutes before, because they created networks of young people to work on peace. So that's number one. I have been away from Italy, my home country, for many, many years. But when I came back and I looked around, I didn't find that kind of initiative. But I'm going to look better. Or maybe you can come and tell me, oh, we're doing it. Really highly recommend it. And by the way, this doesn't take a lot of money, because, when they come and tell you, oh, we can't do that because we don't have funding. These are personally driven initiatives. And they don't really need big fundraising with the UN or the likes, or even with your government. That's number one. Then number two, who can do something about it? Academic institutions, schools. As Bert said, we should have studied peace and negotiation when we went to school a few years ago, and you should have from maybe not primary, but secondary for sure, all the way to university and masters, peace studies, so that you learn the economics of peace, the legal aspects of peace, the this and that, and negotiation, so that it becomes a skill that you have and everybody has. Like, you know, studying history in this country, we still study Latin and Greek, which is great, but why don't you study peace, given that that's a big problem right now? So master programs, business schools, they should have peace MBAs kind of thing, okay? The economics of peace. How do you design a peace bond? How do you design a peace positive investment, etc., etc.? So that's level number 2. And I hope I remember the third level, which I don't. So it will come back to me. Oh yeah, I do. No. I do. So then higher level, not high because it's more important or less. It's just more. You know, it's not those two. I've been advocating within my team, Peace Invest, an investment firm, to launch a creative industries peace bond. And the whole idea is as follows. We all think that in conflict-affected environments or post-crisis, or anyway, in every other country that is interested and concerned with peace globally, what we need to do is invest in the road, the energy infrastructure, the this and the that. If you worked a lot in Africa, and I was so pleased to hear our colleagues from the continent here and elsewhere, we do this program for former combatants, the couturier or mechanics. Honestly, most people don't want to do that, but you're going to have to do that because that's what we're funding. So now many young people are very much interested in the creative industries. Cinema, Nigeria, where's our friend from Nigeria? It's not here anymore. Anyway, Nollywood, one of the biggest ever industry of cinema. And then, you know, the fashion in the Congo is amazing. So why don't we people like me, think about how do you invest in these creative industries that can absorb and create opportunities for young people? And by the way, in this region, being the Mediterranean, the creative industries traditionally for centuries have been a channel for cooperation. Poetry, art, artisanat of all kinds. So that is something that I personally am going to try to do in the next whatever number of years. But it's a mindset of moving from the small little thing to the thinking bright. And we are in a country where fashion is very important. Let's mobilize the fashion industry to work for peace, for instance. And young people probably are going to find that interesting, attractive, and a potential way forward.
Well, I think this is indeed an overarching answer. I mean, touched many points from education to localization, networking. I like very much the create your own path. To be honest, I really like this idea of like each generation based on the changing times and and how to adapt to those changing times to be able to create their own path. So thank you very much. I would like now to, open the floor for some question. I think we have time. Let's see. Depending on factors, maybe for 3, starting with it. Let's try to have like maximum 2-3 minutes question, so we can have more maybe.
Okay. I'm interested in the set of relationship between business, politics on the one hand, and on the other, negative peace and positive peace. So there is a lot of reflection here on the need for greater focus on attracting more investments into the positive peace. Do we give enough attention to the connection between private sector, politics, and the lack of negative peace, which means war? Just as an example, the connections between the US Congress members and defense stock. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello. Should I go? Michele from the European University Institute. I have a question on the involvement of private sector in peace, because it's something we discussed also yesterday, and the connection between technology and peace. So it has also the dimension of how we involve the private sector and especially the tech sector in this venture. And many questions were raised on the fact that who is going to decide where the money goes in terms of not only development per se, but also investment in peace tech initiatives. So initiatives that use technology in a creative way to support mediation and peace processes. And we had many examples. So a lot is about creating convincing use cases, but the feeling was in the room was that the vocabulary is not there, because peace is controversial, it's political. So how do we advocate with the private sector and tech companies? What kind of vocabulary or angle should we take to involve them in peace processes? And how do we measure impact? Because peace is such a broad concept. How do we demonstrate there's a return on this investment?
Hi, my name's Olivia. I'm with the American University of Rome. Thank you both for your time and your comments today. My question is about the media involvement in peace negotiations, particularly in the current world. We live with an abundance of media coverage of different media perspectives, and maybe particularly if you could touch on social medias that are much less regulated and how coverage of those and perception amongst the public impacts peace negotiations.
Well, thank you so much. I think we have plenty of hours in front of us of debate about technology, about media, about business. So who wants to start?
Let me start with what I want to answer, and then I leave the rest to. So I'm going to pick up on the tech piece and how do you demonstrate, how do you attract them, and then how do you demonstrate peace. So first of all, I think we need to work on building the narrative of how you can do peace positive investment, what it is, what it means, and exactly how you do it, okay? It's not out there because, in fact, very few people, very few companies, very few funds invest in peace. That's number one, and I'm going to share a few thoughts about how that can be done. Number two, let us not fool ourselves. Tech companies of all kinds and sorts are very active in very many conflict-affected, post-conflict, crisis-affected environments, which countries that, by the way, leapfrogged all of us, all right? So when we were still there signing checks, in Kenya, they had, as they still have, M-Pesa. They were sending each other money all around, and same in Somalia, where none of us could go because it's so dangerous. So tech solutions are there. They're being implemented, supported. Tech companies of all different kinds, from agri-tech to whatever other digital, financial inclusion, etc. They're there. They understand the opportunity. They often work at community level, serving underserved communities. For instance, we work with a bank that is banking the underbanked, really. People who can't have a bank account, they don't even have much money, and this company is in the middle of nowhere providing these services and making loads of money, yet providing a service. So I think, you know, the tech private sector is there, can get there way before all of us can even dream of getting anywhere. With good solutions, sometimes they're not good. Now, how do you, though, bring the private sector, particularly tech, into the peace space and show to them that by investing there, investing in this way, you can be peace positive? Well, you can't really today because the two things are separated. And so the likes of us, working with others, by the way, we're developing methodologies that can help you integrate in the investment peace features. We call them peace enhancing mechanism. So you have your investment, instead of just being a tech investment that is good, it's going to be a tech investment with peace enhancing features embedded in the investment strategy and within the investment vehicle. So you have, you do this and this and that. It's part of the investment itself, the investment structure, the investment governance. And then you monitor how these peace enhancing mechanisms, we call them that way, you can call them whatever you want, are doing. Are these mechanisms contributing to improving the cash flow, which is basically what the investment does, produce a cash flow? Are they contributing at the same time to enhancing social cohesion? You can do it because you have embedded these measures and you have designed key performance indicators that are attached to these peace measures. This doesn't exist yet, so we're developing it. I do think that other companies are doing the same. So in the end, you have an investment that is peace positive because it's been designed that way. You monitor those particular indicators. And on top of monitoring how much money you're making, you're monitoring what is your impact on peace, number one, and what is your impact on de-risking the investment. And the two things go together. High risk investment is never going to invest in peace. You're never going to be able to attract your tech company or your tech investor. So it's in the making. Peace finance is a relatively new field. And I think in a few years, you're going to see way more and more investments that can come and say, and can go to the market and say, this is a peace investment. This is what we have achieved in terms of peace and de-risking. So that's answer to that. And then I'm leaving the rest of it.
The media to you.
I think this was a perfect answer, isn't it? What would you like me to answer still? No, seriously, this is such an important program that Donata is representing, and I would love that goes all the support of the whole peace building agency to that work. The other questions are, of course, the more not difficult ones, but look, technology is never a solution to anything. It can be used, I'm putting it now a bit simple because of the time, it can be used bad or good. Secondly, we are blind if we are the last ones. Peacemakers should be at the forefront, not at the last ones. I agree with that. Thirdly, the whole issue you're mentioning of the digital divide, it's still gigantic with a lot of developing countries, especially in conflict countries. So we have to invest in that. That digital divide is an enormous problem and an enormous opportunity. As you said, it's not only in Kenya, but in other places. At least there is an enormous possibility to, go from one situation to the others within 8-9 years. Let me give you a concrete example. The issue of Myanmar. Now, Myanmar was a dictatorship. I remember going as a UN with Ban Ki-moon at the time because they didn't want to even allow humanitarian aid. And there was a big, flood. The country opened up from one day to the other, including with technology and social media. And now, again, unfortunately, it's closed and part of a horrible civil war. Or civil war, it's a war of the army against the people, in fact. Within 3 years, all the Rohingyas were kicked out of the country, which was a deliberate social media campaign by, Buddhist people with money. It's not the religion that I'm criticizing, it's the power structure that was making these people impossible. Like with Radio Mille Collines in Rwanda 20 years old. Modern media have an enormous consequence for all kinds of issues that are happening. Elections, the latest elections in Kenya. The latest elections maybe in my country, in the US. It plays even more so if there is not an issue of, digital education in this term. I think for the issue we're talking about today, peacemaking, I don't have anything to add what Donata said. She knows much better, and I think it's absolutely key that we bring that in. The second is, and there we have to look at the opportunities and the risks. I think there are enormous opportunities for negotiators in using even AI. I was part of a peace game, I mentioned it to some of them a month ago, on a very complex negotiation, sort of an Ethiopia, Tigray, Eritrea type of conflict, which has become so complex that even for the negotiators, it is very difficult to find what would be interesting instruments that could catalyze something positive and play with the different players. Now, AI is not so far yet, but it could be a helpful tool. But again, there immediately it is the question, what are the possibilities and what are the risks? And I think, like with all these technologies, we have to look at that very carefully. Of course, a technology can never replace, at least not so far as we know, trust building, conversations, making sure there's inclusivity. Although, there's another argument. In one of the programs we were involved in, it's called Principles for Peace, we were working with people who were never consulted in a peace process. Now, don't put an algorithm on it because it will be discriminatory, probably against women. But you can use modern media in a more sophisticated way than just the phone in trying to figure out what the sentiment is around certain issues. So I would, again, caution for the risks, but look at the enormous opportunities also for tech in making peace. And we should be as quick. Look, the person who introduced me to was General Dallaire. General Dallaire was the general who was part and parcel of the UN at the time of the genocide in Rwanda. And he became, you know, he's been personally hurt by that, even becoming, you know, in a very difficult psychological situation. Now his whole life is geared towards peace gaming. Because he said, I did war gaming for many years, we didn't have an answer. Let me look like people are doing every day with missiles, and the reaction is this and that and that. Can you do that also in other ways? That includes conversations and so on and so forth. I think that's something for a new generation to work on, peace gaming.
Well, I think we have a lot of food for thought. Donata, you wanted to? Yeah, absolutely.
To get
yeah.
back to the question about politics, business, and conflict. Let me sum it up that way. So I don't think anybody here has the answer. We know that big interests come together often to create bad for whatever the reason. We don't have the answer. But what I'm thinking, that's what we are trying to do. That's what Bert is trying to do, etc. Is can we shift can we move from the economies of conflict, so where people make money out of conflict, to the economy of peace, where people make money out of peace? Because there are numbers there. Conflict costs so much, peace produces that much. Can we start speaking numbers when we speak peace and incentives, you know, the whole cost opportunity, we keep on saying. So that is what we need to move into. And today I heard loads of stuff about the European Union, this and that. But kind of that's where we moved in Europe with the European Union. We moved from an economy of conflict that created 2 world wars and much more, to one that is more or less at peace. In fact, it's very peaceful in many regards. So that would be my answer. You're never going, you know, I'm not going to speak to the big powers in DC, in Washington. But what I know is that if there's enough groups that invest in peace and create these economies from peace, then you can kind of transform regions. Then, you know, evil is always there for us to deal with. A quick one on the social media. Of course, I don't have an answer to that. You know, it's too big. You know, my own kids become so aggressive when they spend too much time on social media. It's true. The World Economic Forum risk report of this year puts hate speech, social media, however, as one of the 5 more important risks within the next 5 years that the world needs to deal with. So I don't have an answer to what do we do, but I do know it's such a big problem. And one of the answers that doesn't solve the big problem is the dialogue that we're talking about. If you send a message to your neighbor, you're going to end up fighting with your neighbor in one way or the other. So at your level, young people and all of us, more talking, less social media. But of course, that's not the answer to your question, but I don't think anybody has it.
Donata, Berta, I really want to thank you. I think that, as a good conference should also raise many questions to be answered. Otherwise, it's like delirious to think that we are answering questions. Maybe the good thing is that we are raising good question and space for debate. So let me really thank you. Oh, there's a quick question. I will allow this. So one lady there and the sir here. Let's have a
Thank you.
Flexibility of changing time.
Thank you, Joe Washington,
yes,
with the NIA Foundation. And so for the past day and a half, it's often been mentioned the challenge of not having the right paradigms to address the current array of conflicts and the need for better tools and frameworks. For example, on the question of rightness that was discussed. Many of you will know that Johann Galton often criticized this concept very much, that there's always work that can be done with at least one of the parties, and you should not just sit on your hands and over-romanticize getting everybody around the table. Also recall the Truth and Reconciliation Commission in South Africa, where the South Africans were very clear and consistent saying, don't try a cookie cutter process to do what we did. It worked for us, even with the shortcomings. Design your own. So I'm thinking as part of the new paradigm we've been talking about, it requires a new commitment and expansion to professional development. More tools and approaches, and as was mentioned, our metaphorical toolbox. This includes enhanced knowledge by mediators of best and worst practices, and be willing to exert humility by allowing the various segments, including religious groups, view on are their needs, etc. I leave new mantras. That's humility, imagination / creativity, and flexibility. What other words, concepts would you suggest I add to my morning mantra?
Creativity.
Thank you. Thank you.
Creativity.
Yeah.
There's a lady also here, I think, that was about to ask a question. Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you. Hi, my name is Suwaida. I am from American University of Rome. So, okay, sorry. So my question was about, so considering the rule of UN and two-state solution in Palestine and in 1947 and the outcome that it brought to the nation, so will the UN involvement in mediation and negotiations will be useful or trustworthy in the future? And also considering the facts that also the previous speaker told about the prioritization and also polarization of the political debates and this stuff, and in the future will this organization be more polarized or become or maintain neutral and partial? Thank you.
Bert, for you as well, starting from you, and then I've heard already a creativity raising for you before.
Listen, the ladies have the last word. That's the best, actually, isn't it? Two things. I think I try to get away from toolbox to what we call then, I don't like all the terms because they're all awful, but sort of a principled pragmatism. Doesn't mean you don't look at conflict and at power and at, but you're not fixed. It's not only the neoliberal model or something. I give you an example. You know, when I worked for the United Nations as a head of a peacekeeping missions, elections in the Ivory Coast fueled conflict. I went to Mali, there was a coup d'etat, and I thought, oh my God, the first thing we shouldn't do is have elections. All the Malians told me they're wrong. They were proud people and they said, we need elections. And they had free and fair elections and they wanted it. I'm not saying that's therefore the best thing, but let's look first of all to each country in itself, respect it and understand its history and think about it. Second, I am very much for principles. Not because there is a risk to that. Naivete, big principles, we'll never use it. It's the hard world of war. But the things you mentioned are very key. In Bangsamoro, in the Philippines, where somebody was talking about that, there is a good peace agreement in itself between the government, the former guerrillas in the local government in Bangsamoro, and civil society. As most peace agreement, it goes after a few days, a few years down the drain because there's either not enough money, not enough private investment, there is a fatigue and things like that. We worked around 6 principles that are accepted in different cultures. This is an Islamic culture in this case, it is in the Philippines. And some of the words you were mentioning are very important. Humility is one. Dignity is another. I think very key is legitimacy. Most of these peace agreements or discussions are maybe seen legitimate at one moment, but not in the other. So you have to invest in that. I think that's very important. Accountable security. Nobody says that you don't need a police and an army. The question is how it works. Look at some of our operations in West Africa or in the Middle East. So these kind of principles are very good, and they were measured actually, because everybody agreed to them, and they went into, feedback loops and so on. So I like very much how you wake up. I don't know how you wake up tomorrow morning. I would think take a good Italian coffee, the best in the world. I'm sorry for all the others. But, I think that's absolutely key. On the UN, Donata worked there much longer than I will. I'll tell you one thing, don't give up on the United Nations. It's a major crisis. We all know it can only work if the Security Council is reformed. That is more and more an urgency. I think more and more countries are pleading for that. I don't exclude it will happen. In the meantime, they often have second best solutions. Sometimes they're awful. Those who work in the UN maybe can say that. I found it the most difficult and unsafe job I ever had, but never give it up for the time being. But don't focus on it as the only organization. You can have plurilateral arrangements, which basically means find friends of peace processes. Don't let yourself boxed in because the Security Council and the Russians and the Americans and Chinese won't agree, because then we're out of any political reality for the next 10 years. So that would be a shortcut and not very good advice, but that's how I look at it.
I agree.
Consensus reached. Dialogue worked. Thank you so much, really. Donata, Bert, it's been fantastic. Lively and deep and inspiring, deeply inspiring. Wow, so it has been a very dense couple of days, and they are not yet finished. I'm very emotional. It has been really great. So we had esteemed speakers, we had engaged participants, and what can I say? It has been fantastic, really fantastic. So the topic of this year was mediation at a crossroads, and well, I think we went really deep into the inner essence, if I may say, of mediation. We really look into the intrinsic variable somehow, time. What is the past? What is the present? And what could be the future look like with a foresight to the space in terms of geographic, but also in terms of like the different sectors, the different tracks. And also, if I may say, concerning space, I think one of the key aspects of the variables we have been taking into account is movement. We've been talking about innovation, about transformation, change, future. It's a field that is in constant moving, and we should move with it. But we've also been talking a lot about identities, about actors, about dilemmas. How it's complicated to find the right balance between inclusion, contextualization, and what type of actors. So it's a changing field. If I may also add, I mean, old ways did not always work, to be euphemistic. So we should be ready to change. Actually, we should be probably the change. All of us with our different professional roles, expertise, backgrounds, and identities, we should really be the change. We've been talking about integrating voices and groups, about going beyond the usual suspects, about decolonization, about indigenous voices, about gender, not only in terms of inclusion, but in terms of agency. So going beyond quantitative and tokenistic inclusion and going into really agency. We talk about localization, about a reconception of structures and processes. So I also would like to imagine the forum really as a crossroads, not only as a team, but as in itself symbolically a crossroad, where partnership throughout these years started, but also friendship started. A place with civil society, governmental representative, international governmental representative, academia can meet, but also where there's intergenerational dialogue happening. I've been seeing and listening, like spying a bit around. I really saw plenty of conversation in which students really have the opportunity to be treated as they should be, as change makers, because they will not be in the future. They are already picking the decision to work in this field. So we are really to be engaged. They are really to be engaged as change makers. So that's something that I saw happening every year and more and more. So it's a space of exploration, of reasoning, of brainstorming. Well, it's the 6th year, I think. Many changed. It's becoming bigger and bigger. And what I see here is a growing community. Not only a community of practice, you might say, a bit of principle pragmatism, but also a community of ideas, of vision, in a way. So there's a lot of professionalism, but also something else. There's passion. There's a special drive to change and a special drive to build peace. So I think it has been unforgettable. And I want to thank all of you for making it possible. Now, let me thank personally all the institutions and people who made it possible. For the patronage, we want to thank the Comune di Bologna, Regione Emilia-Romagna, Agenzia Italiana per la Cooperazione e lo Sviluppo, the Johns Hopkins University SAIS, l'Università di Bologna e la Rete Università per la Pace. For the support, we want to thank il Ministero degli Affari Esteri e della Cooperazione Internazionale, la Fondazione Compagnia di San Paolo, Rotary Bologna Ovest Guglielmo Marconi, l'Osservatorio Centro Ricerca sulle Vittime Civili di Conflitti e l'Associazione Nazionale Vittime Civili di Guerra e Prometeia. And then to our internal Agency for Peace Building team. First of all, to Maria Chiara Giaccai, who managed the whole forum and made it all possible. To Bernardo Venturi for the scientific direction. Megan Gettin for the communication. And then to Sara Buccafusca, Daniel Canosa, our interns, and to all our fantastic volunteers. Dea, Anna, Lea, Ornella, Miron, Alejandra, Eleonora, Ginger, and Lucas. Let me thank all of AP members, advisors, and the members of Advisory Council, and all the technical support we received for the photo and videos and everything. And finally, last but not the least, thank you so much for all the speakers and all the participants. Well, see you next year. Sorry, there's going to be an aperitif now to keep going with our networking and socialization. Thank you. Sorry.
Hello. Do you know where